Chapter 899. Feng Wuhan smiled faintly. You should at least understand this common sense, don't you? If we didn't plan a way out for you, what would you have done? Would you have waited for your deaths? Would your entire family be wiped out? Guan Shanhe was startled, before he could feel his blood rushing to his head. Wipe out his entire family. Why didn't you mention this earlier? You! Guan Shanhe roared. Shanhe! Pu Guanshan stopped him. Guan Shanhe felt as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head, and he felt dizzy. In the Star Soul continent, killing a few people to achieve one's goal, even if it was unscrupulous, even if it was vicious and merciless, or even scheming. It was still a very common thing. Survival of the fittest was the natural law. Entering the Tao was to fight against the heavens for one's life, and to fight against others for the Tao. No matter what, they were still Sky Soar realm experts. If someone messed with them, would they still be alive? But when it comes to betraying the Star Soul continent, we have never even thought about it. Pu Guanshan's face was red. His throat moved a few times before he forced himself to swallow. He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, young Master Yun. From now on, we will be your subordinates. I hope you'll take care of us." Pu Guanshan only had one thought in his mind. What else could he say? Yun Piaoliu patted Puguanshan's shoulder and said, "Old Puguanshan, you don't have to hold a grudge. Let me tell you something. After you set Yu Moyan and Duge Yen up, there is no turning back." No one knew about it. No one could have imagined that Yu Moyan and Duge Yen who were far away in Guangdong, would attract Sui Xiao Duo from the Hidden Dragon High School. With Sui Xiaoduo's intervention, things went out of control. This grudge is destined to be irreconcilable. It can only end when one side is completely annihilated. And this wasn't something we designed. So, don't think that we set you up and forced the people of White Mountain City to join us. Yun Piaoliu sighed, "I know how you feel, and how unwilling you are. I can't promise you too much now, but I can assure you that you will be more comfortable and free in my place than in White Mountain City. At least, you will be much safer. This is my promise, old Pu, old Guan." Yun Piaoliu said in a serious tone. "Thank you, young Master Yun." Pu Guanshan expressed his thanks, his face filled with gratitude. Guan Shanhe thought to himself, if you had told us earlier that provoking esteemed Ling Ren would bring disaster to our entire families. When Sui Xiaoduo came, we could have handed over Duge Yen and the two teachers from Martial Arts Academy of Jade Sun. At most, we would have gone to apologize in person. No matter what, it shouldn't be a death sentence. After all, we still have the identities of Sky Soar realm experts here. Just based on the fact that we've been guarding this place for so many years, there's bound to be some leeway. But now, it's too late to say anything. Back then, you urged us to kill Sui Xiaoduo, but you didn't tell us the truth. If this isn't a trap, then what is? And now you're boasting shamelessly, saying that this has nothing to do with you. How can you be so shameless? You're saying that we reap what we sow, but if you hadn't come to us in the first place, we wouldn't have ended up like this. How are we reaping what we sow? But now that things had come to this, Guan Shanhe finally bowed down after a few hundred intense thoughts in his mind. "Thank you for your understanding, young Master Yun." Sui Xiaoduo silently entered White Mountain City without a trace. The Void Transformation Stone was much more effective in Sui Xiaoduo's hands than in Yu Moyan's. After all, Sui Xiaoduo had used the Void Transformation Stone to do too many sneaky things. He couldn't be more familiar with this method. After he entered, he killed one of them, took off his clothes and put it on. Then, he walked around the patrol team with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He was very upright, very vigilant, and very loyal to his duty. When he was about to reach the city lord's hall, he left the patrol team and casually turned a corner in a relaxed manner. From start to finish, the patrol team in front of him didn't notice him, but those who saw him could only instinctively think that he was from the patrol team. So a Xiao duo turned into a half-collapsed alley, and another patrol team walked towards him. So a Xiao duo was worried that he would be recognized, so he turned around and untied his pants. Then, he peed in the direction of the collapsed ruins. When the patrol team walked over, they saw him doing something. A sparkling water column was splashing out in a spectacular manner. They couldn't help but laugh and scold him, "Can't you fucking change a place?" So a Xiao duo shook and pulled up his pants, "It's convenient here. I'm in a hurry." "Damn you." The patrol team laughed and scolded him as they walked away. One of them laughed and scolded, "Damn, you're so strong. Even the stone makes a popping sound. If you pinch it a little, it should be more than 10 meters, right?" Another person laughed, "Old Wong, you can't do it, right? Last time I saw you peeing your shoes." "You're the one who peed your shoes, you're the one who peed your shoes." So a Xiao duo didn't look back from beginning to end. He slowly fastened his belt and muttered, "More than 10 meters. You're underestimating me. It's at least 100 meters. He turned around and disappeared. This time, he intended to sneak in and didn't intend to fight. Therefore, he found a relatively remote corner near the city lord's hall in the center of Baishan City and put Xiao Chao down. The place where De Guyen was imprisoned could only be in this area, an underground secret room. So a Xiao duo was quite sure about this. Because this place could be said to be the most heavily guarded place in the entire Baishan City. So a Xiao duo put down one of Xiao Cao's seeds and said softly, "Thank you." Xiao Cao's leaves swayed, and she didn't care. After landing, Xiao Cao didn't hesitate and began to walk along the corner of the wall. She moved so fast that her thin roots slid across the snow. Verdant and jade green, silent and without a trace. At this moment, Xiao Cao had Mo Yan's essence and blood in her body, so she could vaguely sense De Guyen's location. Xiao Cao followed this sense and quietly searched all the way that every time she passed, she would naturally communicate with Li Chenglong on the other side. On the other side, Li Chenglong had begun to draw a map according to Xiao Cao's description. So a Xiao duo watched Xiao Cao move a few times and then disappear. He paused for a moment, then floated into the air. After a moment of consideration, he moved toward the top of the main hole. He wanted to see if he could use this opportunity to sneak in. To find out how many Skysoar realm experts there were. "I want to take a look." Before he got close to the main hall, Zhou Xiao duo acutely sensed that waves of tyrannical divine senses were crisscrossing in all directions. Obviously, they were guarding against the arrival of uninvited guests. The inexplicable qi was like a sword cutting through the air over and over again. These qi were obviously designed to deal with vital qi. The other party has long been guarding against the visit of the person with the void transformation stone. Zhou Xiao duo instantly understood. This situation could only mean one thing, and that was the existence of the void transformation stone had been known by the other party, and they had taken the most effective preventive measures. With the detection net formed by these qi, no matter if one turned into a cloud or something else, no matter how much energy one's body had turned into, as long as it was still energy, when it came into contact with these qi, there would be a binding or qi reaction. If one didn't resist, these qi could even completely destroy one's body that had turned into energy. This wasn't just a normal method to deal with the void transformation stone, it was also the most effective method to deal with the void transformation stone. Without a certain amount of experience, it was impossible to do this. Zhou Xiao duo maintained the void transformation stone's concealment state. In his current position, the enemy wouldn't be able to find any traces of him, but they definitely wouldn't be able to silently approach the main hall. There are more experts here than I imagined. Sua Xiaoduo thought. Leaving these people to guard the main hall was still a huge risk for Xiao Cao's operation. The most important thing was that if he didn't make a move, he wouldn't be able to get the specific information he wanted. It seemed that he had to take a risk this time. Sua Xiaoduo gently took a deep breath. After cultivating in the Tower of Emptiness for 2 months, his strength had improved a lot compared to when he had just arrived at Baishan City. After all, when he had just arrived, he had only suppressed his cultivation of True Origin twice. After 2 months of cultivation in the Tower of Emptiness, he had suppressed his cultivation of True Origin 19 times. It was as if he was a completely different person. His battle strength had increased greatly. With this level of strength, he should be able to put up a fight. Moreover, Sua Xiaoduo had determined that this operation was just a rush. He wanted to see the enemies line up and didn't want to take any more risks. The next moment, Sua Xiaoduo silently took out the 99 kitty hammer. With a thought, the yin and yang energy lingered on it. Bai and Jiao happily rushed into the hammer. Then, for the first time before entering the battle, Sua Xiaoduo pulled the ring on the hammer. He danced in the air. The moment he revealed himself, the 2 hammers flew out of his hands one after the other. It carried a thunderous and destructive aura, but it flew out without making a sound. In the main hall, the upper echelons of Baishan City were in the middle of a discussion. Suddenly, a few of the flying sky guards sensed it and frowned at the same time. Then, 4 of them suddenly jumped up and warned, "Be careful." The unforeseen event happened almost at the same time as the warning. With a muffled boom, 2 hammers as big as water tanks, mixed with a black and white aura, smashed through the walls of the main hall. They were like 2 small mountains, smashing fiercely. Sua Xiaoduo did it intentionally. Whether it was speed or power, they were all thunderous and unstoppable. 2 hammers, one of them was aimed at Yunpiao and the other was aimed at Feng Wuhan. A mountain was pressing down. "Let's go. Everyone, let's do it. Let's move forward." Chapter 900. With their current cultivation and strength, if they were hit by these 2 hammers, they would definitely explode into a bloody mist on the spot. They definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. There was no chance. One of the Dao League's Skysoar Realm experts reacted the quickest. He reached out and grabbed 2 spirit-reigning cultivators from White Mountain City, sending them between the hammers and the 2 young masters. Guan Shanhe cried out, "No." Following 2 soft sounds, the 2 spirit-controlling cultivators collided with the 2 hammers and exploded into a bloody mist. The Skysoar Realm expert let out a roar and slammed his palms onto the 2 kitty hammers with all his might. With a loud bang, a shockwave erupted, causing the entire hall to collapse. There was no room for resistance. As for the Dao Alliance Skysoar Protector who had taken the hammer's blow head-on, he hadn't been able to gather enough strength. Both of his arms had been shattered, and his arms had been broken into several pieces. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood from his mouth. However, he still roared, "Take them down." As long as the 2 hammers were taken down, Sua Xiaoduo's combat strength would no longer be as strong as before. During the previous battle, they were very clear about Sua Xiaoduo's strength. More than half of the reason why he was able to defeat the strong was because of the unimaginable weight of the hammers. It could be said that without the hammers, Sua Xiaoduo's combat strength would be reduced by at least half, or even more. The few people who were close to him moved at the same time and flew up. At this moment, the black and white aura suddenly fluctuated, and the 2 hammers actually flew back to Sua Xiaoduo with a whoosh. "Fuck him." One of the Dao League Skysoar Realm experts couldn't help but curse, "Fuck. How can such big hammers be used as meteor hammers?" However, in that split second, everyone clearly saw that behind the 2 hammers, there really was a faintly discernible thin rope. In the entire world, there was only one kind of creature whose tendons could achieve such an effect. It could move something like a heavy hammer. The few Skysoar realm experts felt their hearts ache. Fuck, using a flood dragon's tendon as a rope. How fucking extravagant. The few of them simultaneously broke through the roof of the hall and rushed into the sky, hoping that they could stop the two hammers from returning to Swishaoduo's hands. However, things didn't go as they wished. Tens of meters away, Swishaoduo waved his hands and caught the hammers that flew back to him. He laughed loudly. I wonder how many people I smashed to death. Whose luck is so bad? Guanshanhe and Pu Guanshan's eyes flashed with extreme anger. When their lives were in danger, the masters of White Mountain City were reduced to being used as shields by the enemy. One of them was even Guanshanhe's brother-in-law. With the Dao League Skysoar realm expert blocking the hammers, there was no need to sacrifice the two of them as a buffer. After all, the two of them were only at the God reigning realm, so they couldn't serve as a buffer. If the Dao League Skysoar realm expert had directly intercepted the hammers, his injuries would at most be a little more serious. With the recovery ability of a Skysoar realm expert, a little more injury wouldn't make much difference. However, he chose to use the two of them to block the hammers, so that he would suffer less injuries. At that moment, Guanshanhe was almost dumbfounded. It was also at that moment that Guanshanhe transmitted a sentence to Pu Guanshan. Boss, if it's really a matter of life and death, will these people really protect us? Pu Guanshan didn't answer at that time, because the answer was already in his heart. He really didn't want to face it, nor did he dare to face it. In the sky, a fierce battle had already begun. Swishaoduo used the Sun Moon Yin Yang hammer and the Thousand Souls Nightmare hammer in a crisscross manner, and his power was even stronger than before. However, after less than half a minute, the two hammers suddenly intertwined and fiercely collided. He shouted, "Today, I will fight you to the death." Puff. Puff. 3 All needles flew out silently. Then, 3 God-reigning realm experts of the White Mountain City who were watching the battle from afar silently flipped over and fell to the ground. The few Skysoar realm experts couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then they moved into a familiar position to surround each other. However, in the next moment, Swishaoduo flipped over and directly smashed toward Guanshanhe, and in one breath, he attacked more than 10 times consecutively with his hammers. Guanshanhe shouted, but after receiving one of the hammers, he quickly retreated with a pale face. Meanwhile, Swishaoduo used the Tianyuan escape art again, and instantly turned into a white line and retreated. Chase! Yun Piaoliu shouted. On the other side, Guanshanhe spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly weakened. Swishaoduo rushed out of the White Mountain City like a hurricane, with a long line of people chasing after him. His heart was thumping wildly. Damn, I almost went too far. He and Li Chenglong had already tried their best to overestimate the strength of the White Mountain City's people, but who would have thought that there were actually 10 of them? 10 Skysoar realm experts. What the fuck is this? Also, the one who rushed out just now. It was more or less easy for him to escape. Not to mention how many people he had, he could still take a few dozen of my hammers without getting injured. I originally wanted to use him as a cover, then flip over and use the sun-moon rotation to smash the other guy to break out of the encirclement. However, I didn't expect that one of my hammers would send him flying. Now, I have no choice but to make the best of my mistake and rush out of here. Although there was a slight deviation in direction, it was fine as long as I ran out. So what if he's a Skysoar realm expert? Can he catch up with my Tianyuan escape art? The Tianyuan escape art was indeed awesome. After Swishaoduo escaped from danger, he immediately slowed down. He had no choice but to slow down. The Tianyuan escape art that his father gave him was really awesome. Once he used it, he could easily disappear with a whoosh. If he couldn't even see his shadow, how could he chase after him? Wouldn't this group of people have to go back to drinking tea? How could Xiao Qiao carry out her plan then? He had already acted rashly and alerted the enemy. How could he not carry on until the end? It had to be said that Xiaoduo's plan was quite thorough. He paused for a moment and pretended to be hurt. He turned his head and shouted angrily, "Good. Good martial arts. So vicious. So despicable. You. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and staggered away. On the other side, Yun Piaoliu was stunned. Who attacked just now? Who did it? After asking, he found that there were actually 20 or 30 people who admitted to attacking. There were all kinds of moves and secret techniques. He just didn't know who the good martial arts that Xiaoduo mentioned came from. Then, he's really injured. Yun Piaoliu was suddenly happy. Pu Guanshan. Yun Piaoliu ordered directly, "Go all out and kill him." At this moment, there were no more polite titles like Mountain Lord Pu, Senior Pu, or Old Pu. He just called Pu Guanshan by his name and gave the order directly. It was obvious that he was treating Pu Guanshan as his subordinate. Pu Guanshan was expressionless and rushed out. Guanshan's face was pale. He staggered and said, "I took a heavy blow just now." And gave him a sneak attack. Yun Piaoliu's doubts disappeared immediately. He smiled brightly like a blooming spring flower. "I see. Good job, old Guan." Guan Shanhe said with shame, "Unfortunately, in this battle, I can't help old Pu." As he spoke, blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Yun Piaoliu patted his shoulder. "Have a good rest. Here, this is a healing pill. It can save your soul and prolong your life. Take it and rest well. Your health is more important." On the other side, Pu Guanshan, who had caught up with Xiaoduo, started to suppress him. Little Zuo was fighting and retreating at the same time, but he was trying to show that his strength was not up to par. He made a series of bad moves, and even stuffed a few medicinal pills into his mouth in the midst of the chaos. Everyone saw everything clearly. He was indeed injured. Guard from all sides and surround him. It's rare for him to be alone. This is a rare opportunity. Don't let him escape. Yun Piaoliu stood in the middle. He had the demeanor of a great general. "Yes, young master." At this moment, Xiaoduo hammered 100 times and shouted, "Pu Guanshan, who is that young man behind you?" He was curious about Yun Piaoliu's identity. Commanding Pu Guanshan in White Mountain City. This was not normal. Pu Guanshan said angrily, "What does it have to do with you? Why do you care?" The sword in his hand danced crazily, pushing forward like a storm. This was the 9th sword that Pu Guanshan had used since the battle with Xiaoduo. All the divine weapons that he had collected in his life had been destroyed in the hands of Xiaoduo. At this moment, Mount Pu Guanshan only had one mouthful left. In other words, once this sword was destroyed, Pu Guanshan would not have a good backup weapon. Therefore, when facing Xiaoduo's hammer, he did not dare to fight head-on. His moves walked the path of agility, using 4 tails to overcome 1,000 caddies. Xiaoduo spat out another mouthful of blood. However, his body suddenly became light and nimble. He suddenly moved 1,000 zhang away and shouted, "You win by numbers. I will leave now." However, in the next moment, a sword suddenly flew across the sky and blocked Xiaoduo's path. With a bang, Xiaoduo viciously smashed out with his hammer, sending the sword flying. However, he was also shaken by the recoil, and his momentum came to a halt. On the other side, the 8 sky-soars of the Tao Alliance had spread out in all directions, and they had already formed an encirclement. Fuck. Seeing that the opponent was about to surround him, Suoxiao Duo did not dare to play around anymore. He smashed Pu Guanshan with his hammer and forced him to stagger back. Then, with a shout, his entire body seemed to become illusory. His shadow was still in the same place, swinging his hammer, but his body had already turned into a shadow and rushed out 4,000 to 5,000 meters. In the boundless snow, with a long shout, he disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the 8 great fairies had already surrounded Suoxiao's original position. However, Suoxiao's real body was nowhere to be seen, and so was his shadow. Yun Piaoliu frowned and looked at Pu Guanshan. There was suspicion in his eyes. Pu Guanshan was trying his best to regulate his breathing, but he could not stop himself from spitting out blood. His face was as pale as paper. Chapter 901. Suoxiao Duo had used his full strength for the last hammer strike. Pu Guanshan was caught off guard. How could he withstand the full strength of Suoxiao Duo, who was 100 feet tall? Pu Guanshan was at a disadvantage. However, Yun Piaoliu was puzzled by the scene. So much so that his heart was filled with doubts. Old Pu, are you tired? Yun Piaoliu was wearing a snow-white cloak, floating in the air. He was gentle, handsome and gentle. However, the words that came out of his mouth sounded a little strange. I think Old Pu is really tired. 3 days ago, Old Pu was able to suppress Suoxiao Duo alone. But today, he was beaten back by Suoxiao Duo with one hammer strike. He was even injured. I remember that Suoxiao Duo was injured too. He was even more powerful than when he was in good condition. Sigh, Old Pu, you have to take care of yourself. Yun Piaoliu said kindly. Pu Guanshan felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He swallowed another mouthful of blood and said with a bitter face, Young Master Yun, this Suoxiao's ability seems to have improved by more than a fold compared to a few days ago. It was not a lie. It was Pu Guanshan's most direct and honest feeling. Previously, he had indeed suppressed Suoxiao Duo by relying on his strength, experience, and the suppression of his realm. However, Suoxiao's hammer strike gave Pu Guanshan a feeling that even if he attacked with his full strength, he would not be able to withstand it. It was an undeniable and irresistible instinct of a martial artist. It was also a feeling of weakness from the bottom of his heart. Yun Piaoliu chuckled. What you mean is that 3 days ago, Suoxiao's combat ability was not your opponent. But after 3 days of cultivation, Suoxiao's ability has doubled. Or even more. It has greatly exceeded your limit. Is that what you mean? Pu Guanshan said seriously, that is indeed the feeling. Yun Piaoliu's eyes visibly turned cold. His voice also became indifferent as he said indifferently, Mount Puguan, do you think you still have a way out? Do you think you can still gain the forgiveness of the higher-ups of the astral souls? In the future, can you still continue to be the mayor of White Mountain City? That's why you came up with this nonsense. Yun Piaoliu sneered, in 3 days, you didn't break through any level, but your power doubled. Puguan Mountain, ha ha ha. Do you really think that I, Yun Piaoliu, have never practiced martial arts? What you said just now, do you believe it yourself? Pu Guanshan's face was ashen. I know that young master doesn't believe me. I myself also feel that this matter is inconceivable and hard to believe. But this kind of impossible matter is the truth. Suoxiao's strength has indeed grown. It has grown by a lot, to the point where he can suppress me. Feng Wuhan smiled faintly. Yun Piaoliu also smiled faintly. The two of them glanced at Pu Guanshan at the same time and didn't say anything. Old man, do you really think we can't see what you're thinking? At this moment, you still dare to lie. Do you think we will believe you? You're too naive. Pu Guanshan hurriedly chased after him. Young Master Yun, I'm telling the truth. Yun Piaoliu said indifferently, when you take down Zhou Xiao Duo, I will believe you. Just now, in the battle in the main hall, Vice City Lord Guan Shanhe had risked his life to deal a heavy blow to Zhou Xiao Duo. Initially, he thought that he would be able to put an end to Zhou Xiao Duo, but who would have thought that an accident would happen when it came to you, he. He turned around and left. Pu Guanshan stood behind him, looking at Yun Piaoliu's back. He suddenly felt cold all over. Guan Shanhe sighed and came to him. Boss, do you have other thoughts? Pu Guanshan felt wronged to the extreme. He shouted, what thoughts can I have? I've always been the one in charge. I've already destroyed Baishan City. What other thoughts can I have? Guan Shanhe sighed and said, Boss, what you did today was too obvious. Young Master Yun's strength isn't something we can resist right now. Don't lose face and favor, otherwise we won't have anything left. Pu Guanshan's facial muscles twisted. Old Guan, I'm telling the truth. Even you don't believe me. Pu Guanshan gritted his teeth. Okay. Guan Shanhe supported Pu Guanshan and said perfunctorily, I believe you. Pu Guanshan. You fucking believe me. Do you believe my words? At the side of the main hall. An unnoticed green shadow was stubbornly moving forward along the wall. As long as there was a passage or a gap, Xiao Qiao would take the opportunity to enter. Step by step, she followed the feeling in her heart and moved forward. Slowly, Xiao Qiao entered the main hall and entered the basement. After reaching this area, there were more and more people in Baishan City. Even though Xiao Qiao was in a dark place and couldn't see clearly, there were too many people here. She had to be careful. The buildings above Baishan City had almost completely collapsed. The residents here were all squeezed underground. Xiao Cao's leaves swayed. She stubbornly used her thin roots to support herself and moved toward a passage that was getting stronger and stronger. It was here. Found it. The target's aura was here, right in front of her. Xiao Qiao looked at a small window above her and slowly moved toward it. Little by little, inch by inch. At this moment, a person rushed over and shouted, there's a fight above again. A large foot coincidentally stepped on half of Xiao Cao's body. Xiao Qiao suddenly trembled, and half of her leaves withered instantly. Half of his body and his roots were stuck to the stone floor when he stepped on it. Xiao Qiao trembled slightly, but she still shook with all her strength. She shook and shook to free the part of her roots that was still able to move from the puddle that had already withered from being stepped on. It struggled so hard and so hard. She was struggling with her life. After a long time. Finally, half of her body was left on the ground. Only 2 leaves and the almost worn-out roots reached the wall with difficulty. The next step was to climb up, go in, and find Duge Yen. However, Xiao Cao's remaining vitality was almost exhausted because of the accident just now. It had no strength to climb up. 2 leaves drooped, and Xiao Qiao shrank in the corner with frustration. But she didn't give up. She was waiting. A person came over. Another person walked over. Xiao Qiao still didn't move. After a while, someone rushed in. The higher-ups have defeated Zhou Xiao Duo again. The mayor and the others are very tired. Everyone, hold on. Victory will always be ours. It will be Baishan City's. A large foot, with a ball of ice and snow, swept past Xiao Cao's side. A ball of ice and snow fell here coincidentally. Xiao Cao's body trembled, and she stretched her severely worn roots into the ball of ice and snow. The ice and snow would quickly erase Xiao Cao's vitality. However, the slipperiness of the ice and snow could also speed up Xiao Cao's speed. Xiaocao's severely injured roots soaked in the ice and snow for a while, and then shrank back with frost and snow powder. She trembled and climbed up the wall resolutely. With the temporary lubrication of the ice and snow, Xiaocao swam up like a gecko, and finally clasped 2 leaves on the windowsill. Duguyen was still sitting in the small house, and she was burning with anxiety. She was underground, so she couldn't hear the movements outside. She could only hear the super loud and shaking movements. Fortunately, Xiaocao's constant fighting created earth-shattering sounds, which could be heard from time to time. Duguyen could hear some of it and know that her friends were still working hard to rescue her. Duguyen kept praying. "You must be safe. You must be safe. Mo Yen, you must live well. I really hope to see you again." Just as she was praying, she suddenly felt that something was different. It seemed that something was flashing at the window. But when she took a closer look, she clearly saw nothing. She couldn't help laughing at her own nervousness. She had been trapped here for so long that she actually had an illusion. But at this moment, she suddenly felt something strange under her feet. She looked down. She saw that a green grass had fallen at her feet. The only 2 leaves were already withered, but they were still swaying. Grass. How could a grass appear in such a place? Duguyen squatted down curiously and looked at the little green grass, which made people feel that it was full of vitality. She felt pity for it and muttered, "Why is there grass here?" But at this moment, something that Duguyen had never dreamed of suddenly happened. The delicate grass on the ground suddenly jumped up. "Grass, jump!" Duguyen's eyes widened. Then, she saw that the grass had already come to her palm and stood on it. Then, the leaves of the grass swayed even more violently. Then, a drop of blood fell into Duguyen's palm. Duguyen's heartstrings suddenly trembled. Could it be Yumoyan's blood? Otherwise, how could she feel it? For a moment, Yumoyan's voice seemed to sound in Duguyen's heart. Open the heart channel. This feeling was so clear and so real. Duguyen exclaimed softly, "Little grass. You're here to deliver a letter." Little grass stood on Duguyen's palm and waved its leaves. At this moment, it was already weak and could not continue. It had already used up the last of its life force to transmit all the memories of its short life. Through telepathy, it had transmitted them all. Transmitted to its benefactor who enlightened it. Then, under Duguyen's incredulous gaze, a green grass withered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 902. Under Duguyen's incredulous and heartbroken gaze, the grass instantly lost its green color and turned into a withered yellow, brownish-black color. The leaves also curled up and dried up. The roots suddenly shriveled. Quietly. It lost all its vitality. Its mission had been completed. The hardships along the way were the grass's life. The foot that was stepped on in the middle made its life, which should have been 6 hours, become less than 2 hours. It disappeared without a sound. No one knew what this stalk of grass was thinking in its final moments. But it had completed its life's mission. In Duguyen's palm, there was only a piece of withered grass stem that looked like it had been dried for a long time. It was just that Duguyen was so nervous that her breath touched the withered grass. The remaining grass stem disintegrated and melted into powder. Duguyen suddenly felt a pain in her heart. She stared blankly at the grass that had been crushed and turned into nothingness. Only a little bit of debris was left in her palm. She only felt sorrow from the bottom of her heart for a moment. She couldn't help but cry. She clenched her palm tightly and held the last bit of debris firmly in her hand. She said in a low voice, thank you, Xiao Chao. Dugu Yen took out a handkerchief and carefully collected the debris. She put it close to her body and hid it. Then, according to the news brought by Xiao Chao, she reopened the match between Heart's channel. The next moment, she immediately sensed that Yu Moyin was calling her. Yen Sister Yen Hearing the voice of her sweetheart again, Dugu Yen's tears fell again. She forced herself to calm down and controlled herself to wholeheartedly. She said telepathically, I'm here. Moyin, how are you? Yu Moyin looked very excited. Good, that's great. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm very good. The match between Heart's channel can't be opened for too long. I'm afraid that the other party has other countermeasures. We're prepared for this. Wait patiently. We'll get you out right away. Okay. Moyin, when you come out, I have a lot to say to you. On the other side, Yu Moyin was silent for a moment and said, when you come out, I also have a lot to say to you. I'll wait for you. Dugu Yen said affectionately. Okay, wait for me. Over there. Li Chenglong, who had received the help of the divine stone, had completely recovered. At this moment, he was perfecting the map according to the last image that Xiao Chao had sent him. It's underground, on the second floor, and there's a single small house. The characteristics of the small house are. Suddenly, his body trembled and he said uncomfortably, Xiao Chao sacrificed herself. Everyone was silent. It was an indescribable feeling. It was very light, but very clear. Li Chenglong sighed. After a moment of silence, he asked, is Swa back yet? The route is clear and the location is clear. Swa will have to make the trip. Yu Moyin said, why does it have to be Swa? Can't I go? He felt that Swa Xiao Duo was already very tired, and since he and Dugu Yen had telepathy, it should be more convenient than others. You can't. Li Chenglong said, other than Zhua and I, no one else in our group can bring Sister Yen out without anyone noticing. Even sister-in-law Xiaoyan can't do it. Of course, it's safer for Zhua to do it. Yu Moyin and the others including Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, they all rolled their eyes. Zhua can do it, that's what everyone wants. But Li Chenglong faced with everyone's Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel depressed. I'm telling the truth. When you go to save Dugu Yen you use the method of carrying her out. That's too big of a target. You'll probably be stopped every few steps. Boss Swa and I, on the other hand, could directly put Sister Yen into our private space and sneak her out without a sound. It's the same stealing, but the situation is different. When Zhua and I steal, we steal without leaving a trace. But when you steal, you can turn the world upside down. I even have the advantage of being more familiar with the route than Zhua. I know everything Xiao Chao sees and hears. Do you think it's fake? It's just that I'm not as strong as Zhua. A bunch of idiots. I won't tell you the reason. I'll let you continue to be ignorant. Speak of the devil. Zhua Xiao Duo descended from the sky and pretended to shake his clothes in a natural and unrestrained manner. His clothes fluttered in the wind, but he was ignored by everyone. They looked at the sky and scratched their nails. How is it? I found Sister Yen She's in. Li Chenglong introduced the map in detail and patiently explained the whole story. He and Zhua Xiao Duo had both killed their way to the main hall, so it was easy for them to describe and communicate. I understand. Behind the main hall, there's a tunnel leading down. Zhua Xiao Duo pondered for a moment, his eyes flickering. In this short period of time, He had already outlined the small stone house where Du Yen was imprisoned in his mind. I'll go in a moment. Sua Xiaoduo sat down. I need to rest for a while. Oh right, there's something wrong. Chenglong, help me analyze it. Li Chenglong asked, what's wrong? One of them is the number of experts. There are 10 Skysoar realm experts, including Mount Puguan and Guan Shanhe. When Sua Xiaoduo said this, there was still some lingering fear in his heart. 10. Li Chenglong was shocked, so many Skysoars. That's right. There's also something strange. I saw a white-clothed young man commanding Mount Puguan. He even gave orders. Sua Xiaoduo said. Li Chenglong opened his eyes and muttered thoughtfully, then this matter is interesting. There's one last thing. Deputy City Lord Guan Shanhe of Baishan City. Sua Xiaoduo was an extremely smart and ruthless person. He could immediately detect any abnormality and use it to his advantage. Guan Shanhe's reaction was too strange. Therefore, Sua Xiaoduo decided to beat him at his own game. Now that he was back, he naturally had to discuss this matter with Li Chenglong to see if there was anything he could use. Li Chenglong pondered and said, although I don't know the reason, there's one thing I'm sure of. As long as it's not a deliberate scheme, Guan Shanhe's state of mind has undergone a considerable change, although I don't know why. Sua Xiaoduo said, I think so too. Li Chenglong seriously considered and said, maybe when you go in again this time, you can think of a way to verify it. Maybe we'll know the truth behind this matter. Sua Xiaoduo's spirit was lifted, the truth behind this. The truth behind this matter. Li Chenglong said, why would Md Puguan suddenly do such a crazy thing? There must be a reason, right? There are so many Dao League ascendants. For so many Dao Alliance ascendants to gather in Baishan City is bizarre in and of itself. There has to be a reason for all of this. The very beginning of all of this. In this world, no matter what happens, as long as it happens, there must be a reason behind it. That's true. And as long as we find the reason, we'll naturally understand everything, and then we'll be able to formulate the most targeted strategy. Li Chenglong said, actually, from the moment we arrived until now, it seems like we have a clear goal, but in fact, we've been fighting a muddled battle. If we can understand the root cause, we'll be able to better decide what to do next. At least until now, there's one thing we can't be sure of. Is our enemy Baishan City of Md Puguan or the Dao League? These are two completely different concepts. If the main target is Baishan City, then it's just an internal dispute among us astral souls. After we uproot Baishan City this time, whether the people of the Dao League die or not is not important. Moreover, after we uproot Baishan City, the Dao League probably won't be so merciless. This means that this matter is over. But if there's someone from the Dao League behind this matter, then the cause and effect, and even the aftermath, will be huge. We'll need to get in touch with the higher-ups, and it's not something we can resolve now. Sua Xiaoduo pondered and said, then I'll give it a try. When we enter this time, we'll find a way to find Guan Shanhe. No, it's too risky. If his actions are a trap set by the other party, you'll undoubtedly fall into a trap if you take the initiative to find him. Even if it's not a trap, Guan Shanhe may be exposed. Li Chenglong said, when we leave. If we can meet him, it's best to send a message or two. But when we go in, we can't take the risk. Sua Xiaonian said, Xiaoduo, when are you going in? I'll go in first and lead away the ones who should be led away. Sua Xiaoduo stroked his chest and said, there's no need to be so troublesome. Previously, I didn't know where Yen was imprisoned. Now that I know the place, the follow-up will be easy. But the previous few battles have shaken my internal organs a lot. More or less, I need to adjust my breathing. It will take some time. He really wasn't lying. In these few days of continuous battles, Swishout every battle was an overload battle. With his battle strength at the peak of the cloud transformation realm, he fought continuously. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the extraordinary effect of the newly comprehended Enyang Qi, and if it weren't for the help of Bai and Jiu Dut at this moment, Swishout was afraid that even if he didn't die, he would be disabled. Even if he had the heaven-mending stone, it would be useless. No matter how heaven-defying the heaven-mending stone was, you could repair it again and again, and the enemy would break it again and again. Thus, even though he looked impressive and was indeed Swishout's personal battle prowess, the fact that he was able to hold on until now was mostly due to luck and coincidence. But Swishout knew himself. The suppression of the realm of the heaven-mending realm, the shaking of his body every time he collided, was already too much for him to bear. He needed to rest and reorganize. Li Chenglong said understandingly, Swa has been carrying the burden all this time. He must be tired. It's 1:00 in the afternoon now. If we wait until 1:00 in the morning to take action, will you be able to rest? Swishout nodded and said, of course. He thought, half a day in the outside world is equivalent to a month in the Tower of Emptiness. Even without the heaven-mending stone, I have enough time to rest. How badly injured am I? But I still need your sister-in-law to protect me for a while. Swishout said in a dignified manner. This sentence was said in a righteous manner, men are too tired. Li Chenglong coughed and said, of course, I feel the same way. Long Yuxing and the others turned to look at Swishout and said, thank you, sister-in-law. Swishout's pretty face was as red as the sunset. Thank you for what? Thank you for dancing. This duo dog. Today is the third watch. Looking for monthly votes, looking for recommendation votes. Brothers and sisters, help me. Chapter 903. Swishout pulled Swishout, Nyan, come and protect me. My spine is itchy. It's been itchy for a long time, but I can't reach it. Before he finished his words, the two of them turned a corner and disappeared. The brothers looked at each other in dismay. The main purpose of protecting you was to scratch your itch. Jun Chongkong flew down anxiously. Where did the left patrol officer go? Li Chenglong frowned. Patrol officer Jun, we are having a meeting. To discuss strategies to defeat the enemy. Isn't it inappropriate for you to ask this? Jun Chongkong's pupils shrank. Is the left patrol officer also having a meeting? Long Yuxing took Wan Lixiu's hand and walked over. He said with a smile, I really don't know. After all, there's no need for them to report to us where they go. Maybe they haven't seen each other for a long time. It's normal for them to hide and whisper to each other. Wan Lixiu also said with a smile, after all, they are engaged. It's understandable that they want to spend some time alone. We are already used to it. Li Changming also said, that's right. What they want to do. Isn't that what they should do? Of course. They can do whatever they want. Patrol Officer Jun, you are already so old. How can you not understand this? The young couple has reunited after a long time. They have a lot of intimate things to say. Jun Chongkong's handsome face instantly twisted, looking extremely ferocious. At this moment, the only image that appeared in his mind was Swishout lying in Swishout's arms like a white sheep being skinned. His heart suddenly felt like it was being roasted by oil and fire. It was unbearable. He didn't know that the words of these people were deliberately leading him to think in this direction. On the left, they said husband and wife, and on the right, they should do whatever they want. Then, they said brother and sister-in-law. They even said that they wanted him to understand. And they said that they were already so old that they still didn't understand the ways of the world, that every word was really piercing June Changkong's heart. June Changkong panted and said angrily, could it be that she came all the way here just to date someone? Li Zhongming frowned and said earnestly, Patrol Officer June, you're a member of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Originally, I shouldn't be the one to say this, but your performance today doesn't match at all with someone who's experienced in the ways of the world and has great achievements. It's probably because you've been single for half your life that you don't know the true meaning of the phrase, love between a man and a woman. Today, I'll have a good talk with you. Love between a man and a woman is a human's great desire. Our Swa and sister-in-law. They were a golden boy and a jade girl, a pair that couldn't be more compatible with each other. Furthermore, this marriage had been decided long ago. It was the order of the parents, the words of the matchmaker, and the marriage was a match made in heaven. Whether it's because of work or other reasons, since we're together by chance, we naturally have to be together. Not to mention dating, even if sleeping together, who would be able to stop them? Even if His Majesty the Emperor or the Minister were here, they wouldn't be able to stop this couple. Right? Done. Dun Luan. June Changkong's eyes immediately turned red. Li Zhongming was still speaking with a serious face and a lecturing tone. You're using work as an excuse to interfere and question us. This is simply ridiculous. Who doesn't have a job? Don't tell me that we don't even want our own wives for work. You're asking a question that's a little out of place. Li Zhongming said, let's not talk about other things. Take Yen and I as an example. If anyone dares to stop us from being together, I'll fight them to the death, regardless of their status or background. No one has the right to do so. Li Chenglong sighed and said, all right. Let's not talk about it anymore. Actually, it's not like we can't understand Senior June's feelings. After all, the old seniors are full of enthusiasm and prioritize work. It's inevitable that they neglect the feelings between a man and a woman. Senior June is 56 years old, but he still hasn't found a wife. That's because he doesn't understand the tenderness in it. You're measuring the values of an old senior with the thoughts of a young man. This is wrong. As he spoke, he naturally held Xiang Bing's slender waist and said, you're really too insensible. Li Chenglong lectured, it doesn't matter if a single dog doesn't understand. But you don't understand either. Really, you're actually so rude to Senior June. Senior June is 56 years old. His many years of being single. Cough cough. Is already a bit. Cough cough. You're still hurting his heart over and over again. Then, he whispered, Bing, let's go over there and talk. Xiang Bing's face turned red and she whispered, this. There are so many people here. Li Chenglong smiled and said, what are you afraid of? We're husband and wife. An engaged couple is a real couple. Hasn't Sua already set an example for us? As he spoke, he held Xiang Bing's waist and walked away shakily. Long Yuxing held Wan Lixio's hand and said, let's go. When it comes to engaged couples, we're the first pair. How can we fall behind others? Wan Lixio bit her lips and secretly pinched Long Yuxing. She didn't refute and followed them. Yen, I want to talk to you about the big issue of life. What kind of relationship do we have? It's too early. Among the brothers from Second High, I'm the only one who's still single. Li Changming pulled the red-faced Yu Yen and left. The single dog June Changkong stood where he was. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Ever since he was born, no one dared to make him angry like this. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. But now, one by one, they were all leaving. Other than Pai Yibao, who didn't have much of a presence. There was only Yumoyan, who was full of hatred. Just as he looked over, Yumoyan said angrily, "What are you looking at? Everyone is fighting, but you didn't do anything. Are you going to laugh at my wife for being taken away? You're old and virtuous. Bah. You should be an old man who doesn't die is a thief." Yumoyan also left. Gao Qiao walked away quietly. She seemed to be talking to Luo Yenling. As for Pai Yibao had been sitting against a tree, but Jun Chongkong didn't notice that there was such a living person. He was the only one left. Jun Chongkong was trembling with anger. Every thought in his mind was that I've been made a fool of. This thought that his whole face turned green. He muttered to himself, "Zhua Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong. You people, I will make sure that you die without a burial place. You will be miserable beyond words." Suddenly, there was a light under the tree. When he turned around, his face turned black. He saw Pai Yibao holding the phone with an innocent face. I didn't mean to record it. Inspector Jun, how are you going to make us die miserably? Jun Chongkong looked at the phone in Pai Yibao's hand. His mind was in a mess. He even left evidence of his crime. "Give it to me." Jun Chongkong stepped forward and reached out to take it. Pai Yibao put the phone away and said lightly, "Inspector Jun, are you trying to steal my phone? With your identity, you won't be interested in a second-hand phone like mine, right?" Jun Chongkong jumped up and rushed over like lightning. "Give it to me." Pai Yibao's body turned like a ghost and suddenly appeared behind Jun Chongkong. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he suddenly shouted, "Someone! Someone! Inspector Jun wants to kill me. Kill me to silence me." With a loud bang, all the staff of Martial Arts Jade Sun University surrounded him. There were more than 400 people. However, the expressions of the staff of Martial Arts Jade Sun University were very similar. They were all depressed. "We came here to fight, and we came here with the intention of dying. Before we came here, we did everything. We confessed all the shameless things we did. However, when we came here, not only did we not make a move, but from the looks of it, we could go back victorious. Moreover, it was very likely that everyone would go back unharmed. Damn it. We don't even need to wait for them to go back. I reckon that on the way back, everyone would be fighting with each other. The biggest secret in my life that should never be known by others was actually found out by so many people. How can I allow these people who know my secret to continue living in this world? However, there are too many people who know my secret. Moreover, I exposed it myself. I just wanted to be at ease before I died. That I was at ease at that time, but what about now? Moreover, I know so many people's secrets. If I put myself in their shoes, how can so many people let me go? Even though they were the ones who said it. Fuck, it's not good no matter how I calculate it. Therefore, the teachers of martial arts Jade Sun University, no matter who it was, looked at each other awkwardly and evasively. This guy smashed the windows of my house for a month. This guy used dirty tricks behind my back and bribed me with gifts to pull me down. This guy. When I go back, I will beat him to death. When I go back, I will definitely what they thought in their hearts was not important. However, now was not the time to fight for their lives. When they looked at each other, the corners of their mouths twitched and revealed an ugly smile. Hee hee. Then, the two of them cursed in their hearts. Hee hee your head. I will teach you a lesson when I go back. At this moment of depression, awkwardness, and speechlessness, everyone was thinking about their own matters. Unexpectedly, a fight broke out. It was an explosive plot of murder. Instantly, everyone who had nothing to do and nothing to focus their attention on suddenly became energetic and rushed over. Suddenly, everyone's enthusiasm rose to a certain level. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Is Baishan City coming to kill us? What happened? Why did they kill us to silence us? Why did they suddenly kill us to silence us? Did they do something shameful that they want to kill us to silence us? Did they do something as despicable as Old Sun? That's right. Did they do something as shameless as Old Wang and want to silence us? Chapter 904. The old principal was speechless. These guys must be thinking about how to settle the score when they get back. However, the old principal was also depressed. He had been respected for his whole life. How could he make fun of Luo Yenling on the way here? He said that he would be the first in his next life. Was this something that a century-old principal like him could say? This was so fucking embarrassing. He couldn't die even if he wanted to, and he couldn't even find a chance to fight. It was simply speechless. My image as a principal. What could he do if he lost his 100 years of cultivation in a single day? Everyone gathered around. Jun Changkong's face was pale. He stared at Pai Yibao but didn't dare to move. It was true that Jun Changkong had the royal family's background, and his identity was the Nine Heavens Pavilion's inspector. It could be said that he had a high position and power, and his strength was tyrannical, having reached the profound returning realm. Even the old principal, who was also at the returning profound realm, might not be a match for him. However, the problem now was that his cultivation was above everyone else. How many people did Marshal Jade's son have? Moreover, each of these people came here with a heart that didn't fear death. They would self-detonate at the slightest disagreement. There was no need for a lot of them, just 3 to 5 imperial gods would be enough to kill Jun Changkong. How could Jun Changkong dare to act rashly? Moreover, Marshal Jade's son wasn't the only one looking at him. Jun Changkong was sure that Li Chenglong and the others were watching him. As long as he made a move, this place would be his burial ground. Pai Yibao looked at him innocently. Then, he turned to the crowd and said, "Inspector Jun wants to kill me. He wants to silence me." Everyone turned to look at Jun Changkong with their eyes wide open. What's the matter? Is it necessary to silence me? Jun Changkong, who didn't dare to move, felt like he had jumped into a trap. A group of people ganged up on me. Then, they made me angry and said harsh words. Then, they let a recording that didn't have any sense of existence. This kind of thing. I actually encountered it. Isn't it obvious that they are framing me? Fine, fine. Jun Changkong sneered and pointed at Pai Yibao. Just you wait. With a spin of his body, he rose into the air and disappeared in a flash. In front of so many people, Jun Changkong didn't have the face to stay any longer. If Pai Yibao played the recording in public, it would be. Jun Changkong would never have thought that the whole thing was just an accident. How could Li Chenglong and the others have the intention to frame him? As Sui Xiaoduo once said, why bother with him? Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would slap him to death. Is it worth it for all of you to be so cautious? Do you all have nothing better to do? Sui Xiaoduo and Sui Xiaonian did not care, but it did not mean that Li Chenglong and the others did not care. Our boss and sister-in-law don't care because they trust each other. They don't care about trash like you. But you said you were jealous in front of us. What are you trying to do? Who wouldn't be able to tell what you're trying to do? Do you think you are so scheming? You want to woo our sister-in-law in front of us. Do you think we are dead? Li Chenglong's original plan was to provoke him and piss him off. Play him to death. However, it was still up to Sui Xiaoduo and Sui Xiaonian to decide how to deal with this person. Moreover, Jun Changkong's surname itself had a royal background. Sui Xiaonian once said that he was the emperor's third prince. It was impossible to kill him directly. But this guy was here, so it was inevitable that he would be played by everyone. Therefore, it was true that he was targeting Jun Chongkong. But when it came to setting up a trap, Jun Chongkong thought too highly of himself. As for Pai Yibao's recording this time, it was not premeditated. It was purely an accident. Pai Yibao usually did not have much of a presence, but he was a real clown deep down in his bones. Outside of martial arts, he was best at video editing. Usually, very ordinary things would be edited by him. All kinds of micro-expressions would be magnified and posted in the group, making everyone laugh for a long time. Today, he was looking for material to use in the future. Coincidentally, he recorded Jun Chongkong. And the evidence in his hands was incredible. Jun Chongkong's face was twisted, and his expression was ferocious. His eyes were almost cruel as he said, "Zhuo Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong. I will make sure that you all die miserably." At that moment, Pai Yibao felt like he had discovered a new world. After Jun Chongkong left, she carefully edited the video and deleted all the words that had provoked Jun Chongkong. Only the latter part was kept. Then, the whole video was completed. At the beginning, Jun Chongkong was muttering to himself, "Zhuo Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong. I will make sure that you all die miserably." Then, Pai Yibao's own voice was heard, I didn't mean to record it." Then, Jun Chongkong shouted, "Give it to me." That sense of urgency was clear as if he had experienced it himself. "Pai Yibao, Inspector Jun, snatch my phone." Then, Jun Chongkong flew over, "Give it to me." Then, Pai Yibao's cry for help, "Someone. Inspector Jun wants to kill me. He wants to silence me." Pai Yibao watched it again. Especially after he enlarged a few expressions, he edited it again. Finally, he murmured, "Perfect." With a whoosh, it was sent to the group. Then, Pai Yibao returned to his invisible state. He leaned against a tree and began to take a nap. When the matter was done, he would leave without a trace. He would not take away a single cloud. However, the sound of his brothers gnashing their teeth came from all directions. Several of them ran to Li Chenglong. "Did you see it?" "What?" "This guy can't come back to the capital." "Ahem, don't be impatient. I have to kill him here, so as to avoid leaving behind any future troubles and becoming a burden to others." Sigh, young people need to be patient. Wait a little longer, play a little more. Let's see what Sua has to say. You make a decision first. We have to listen to the boss on this matter. Li Chenglong did not dare to make a decision on this kind of matter. Of course, it was not difficult to kill Jun Chongkong. However, he could not make such a decision without Sua Xiaoduo's permission. After all, Jun Chongkong had the background of a member of the royal family. Once the royal family was involved, it would naturally affect the future of the team. Li Chenglong positioned himself as the military advisor. How could he make a decision on his own and exceed his authority? Zhuo Xiaoduo was practicing in the Tower of Void Destruction. This time, he was practicing diligently without thinking about anything else. He could only concentrate on practicing. He knew that this time, he would go in and bring De Guyen out. Perhaps it would be an unprecedentedly difficult battle. Because he had just entered the tower. If he had not attacked them and insisted on seeing how many fairies they had, it would have been fine. At least this time, it would have been smoother. Since he had made such a big move, the other party would certainly be quite vigilant. This was an inevitable cause and effect. It was even possible that they had set a trap for De Guyen. With his current cultivation, it was not a good thing to say that it was not a good thing. The best solution was to practice hard. He also had to discuss with Xiao that at the critical moment, the three-legged golden crow must come out to help. After all, this son was Xiaoduo's strongest trump card. Xiao was very excited and looked forward to it. Mother finally saw my existence and began to value my existence. I'm so excited and happy. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I must perform well and let Mother take me out to play more often in the future. Bai and Jiao were now getting more and more accustomed to fighting. They no longer needed to be told. As long as there was a battle, they would automatically be in position. They were indescribably active. Of course, they would not wake up early if there was no benefit. As long as there was a battle, there would be souls to eat. Bai ate 3 souls, while Jiao ate 7 souls. The siblings cooperated seamlessly. Each of them had their own benefits. They were all very nutritious. Even these 2 little calabashes would cry out from time to time, asking to go out to fight. Mother, go and kill people. We're hungry. Then there was Xiaolong. During this time, Xiaolong was focused on one thing. He created mountains in all kinds of ways. When the mountains in the Tower of Void Destruction were not formed, he constantly suppressed, commanded, scattered, and integrated them. There were all kinds of ways and endless postures. He was so busy every day that he never got tired of it. But now that he saw Sui Xiao Duo looking for Xiao for help, Xiaolong expressed that he was very jealous. Boss. I want to help you too. Xiaolong felt wronged. He felt that he was being ignored. All right. Sui Xiao Duo had no choice but to agree. In that case, you should go out and take a look. See if there are any good things in this Whitehead Mountain. This place is covered in ice and snow all year round. If there are any ice attribute treasures, give them to your sister Nian. Xiaolong excitedly floated out to search for them. Boss finally thought of me. He needs me. I must go out and find more good things. Otherwise, my position as the #1 follower of Boss will be severely damaged. It has only been a few days. First, there was Xiao, who called Boss Mother. Then, there was Bai, Jiao, who also called Boss Mother. What are these people? They are all rushing to be sons. Then, they are all at ease in the space of the Tower of Void Destruction that I created. They don't know how to be grateful and use the special effects I worked so hard to create to grow. They are obviously competing with me for favor. This is intolerable. But I have to say, they are really good at calling themselves sons. Why didn't I think of this in the beginning? This trick of using the small size to sell the small size was really sharp. If I don't make some achievements this time, how can I still have a place in Zhu's heart? Sui Xiao Duo was anxious about Yu Moyan. He didn't want to plunder anything and neglected Xiaolong's ability to plunder. He didn't expect that Xiaolong would bring him an unprecedented surprise this time. Chapter 905. Xiaolong had already made up his mind. Even if I have to flip the entire Whitehead Mountain upside down, I have to find something good. The best way is to find some ice-attributed heavenly treasures. If I directly curry favor with Boss now, I won't be able to get any immediate results. It's better to take a roundabout route and curry favor with sister-in-law Little Nian. Xiaolong left with a whoosh. That eagerness left Sui Xiao Duo flabbergasted. What happened to this guy? Why is he in such a hurry? Inside the spatial extermination tower, Sui Xiao Duo and Sui Xiaonian had been happily cultivating for a month. Sui Xiao Duo had only kissed her a dozen times and hugged her 7 or 8 times. Other than that, he didn't do anything else. He didn't even watch her dance. Although his cultivation had improved rapidly, he still felt that he had suffered a great loss. During this month, Sui Xiaoduo's cultivation had improved to the cloud transformation stage with 26 compressions of Jin Yuan, while Sui Xiaonian's cultivation had reached 22 compressions of Jin Yuan. When the two of them sparred, they both had a worried frown on their faces. When I fought with Faitian, I felt that the biggest shackle was the suppression of the opponent's realm. Sua Xiaoduo said, when I fought with Pu Guanshan, I didn't feel that much. However, when I fought with those in the Dao League, I felt that the suppression was especially obvious. I felt that my hands and feet were tied. Clearly, their strength and comprehension of the Sky Soar realm were far from what Pu Guanshan could compare with. I'm afraid that this gap isn't something that can be solved with the increase of our current realm. On the surface, it seemed like they couldn't catch up to us with our movement techniques. However, movement techniques are just an escape technique after all. If we cultivate in seclusion now, we can only increase our combat strength, but not our realm. The suppression of the realm is ultimately a pressure on the soul. It's something that can't be solved. Sua Xiaoyan frowned. I feel the same. With my current absolute combat strength, I'm definitely above ordinary fairies. Sua Xiaoyan said, however, when I fought with Faitian, I could feel the suppression of the realm, especially the suppression of the soul. Yes, yes. Sua Xiaoduo said, that's the feeling. Even if our cultivation has improved and we can fight against it for a longer period of time, I still don't have the confidence to win. I even feel a little scared. Sua Xiaoduo said, this feeling of uncertainty and not being in control is what I hate the most. But when I'm facing a fairy, I always have this feeling. I can't get rid of it and it's real. Sua Xiaoyan said, I remember that someone once said in the Nine Heavens Pavilion that those in the Sky Soar realm can already touch upon the concept of force. However, true force is only limited to one's aura, might, and so on. Perhaps this is the biggest difference between us and the flying heavens. However, if we have enough battle power and the opportunity is good enough, we can still kill the flying heavens. Sua Xiaoyan said, because Fei Tian has only just come into contact with force. And when it comes to those who can truly use force, there aren't many. It's very limited. Using force? Sua Xiaoduo asked. That's right. Using force. Sua Xiaoyan said, when standing in front of a mountain, one can use the mountain's force. When standing in the water, one can use the water's force. This is force. It's everywhere. Do you still remember the time when we were training in the Starlight Mountain Range? Of course. At that time, I heard that the person standing at the highest point was the invincible the Flood Witch. At that time, the Flood Witch gave people the feeling that she was on par with the heavens and was unparalleled in the world. Sua Xiaoyan said, that should be another kind of force. At that time, when I looked at the Flood Witch from afar, I felt that the Flood Witch was also looking at me. However, when others looked at the Flood Witch, they didn't have this feeling. It was very strange. Sua Xiaoduo suddenly remembered and said, me too. I had a similar feeling. At that time, I felt that the person above was very awesome. I couldn't help but want to look in that direction. I also had the feeling that the person above was looking at me. The feeling that he saw me. Sua Xiaoyan said, could it be that only the two of us have this feeling? If that's the case, then it proves that the two of us are a match made in heaven. Sua Xiaoduo chuckled and pouted his lips. Kiss. Sua Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him, but still kissed him with a red face. The two of them then skipped this topic. After all, it wasn't strange for anything to happen to an almighty like the Flood Witch. Not to mention that when looking at him, he felt that he was also looking at him. Even when looking at him, it was normal for him to feel that he was slashing him with a knife. How should we deal with the force of a fairy? In the end, they still returned to this topic. Right now, the other party had a total of 10 fairies, while they didn't even have one. This was already the biggest disadvantage they had. Sua Xiaoyan thought for a while and said, I'll make a call after I go out. The Nine Heavens Pavilion has no lack of seniors of the fairy realm. They should be able to give us some pointers. Okay. The two of them then left the spatial destruction tower. At this moment, there were only 10 minutes left until 1:00 in the morning. Time wasn't very beautiful. However, Swishanyan didn't care too much. She took out her phone and made a call. After 2 rings, the call was connected. An old voice could be heard. "Sivit, why are you calling so late at night? Is there something urgent?" Swishanyan said respectfully, "Elder Zhou, I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. However, the matter here is really urgent, and I would like to ask for your advice." "Go ahead." Elder Zhou on the other end was very polite. Swishanyan asked, "Well, if a cultivator's cultivation hasn't reached the fairy realm, but his combat strength has already reached the level where he can fight against a fairy realm expert, but he's restricted by the shackles of a higher realm. Under such circumstances, how should he deal with the unique power of a fairy?" On the other end, Elder Zhou was clearly stunned. He muttered, "His combat strength has reached the fairy realm, but his cultivation hasn't reached the fairy realm. How can he challenge someone of a higher realm?" "That's right. He's challenging someone of a higher realm." Elder Zhou hesitated, then said, "Wait a moment." Elder Zhou hung up Swishanyan's call and immediately made another call. "Boss, Sivit just called. She's asking me how to deal with the power of a fairy." The other side said, "Then just tell her directly." Elder Zhou hesitated for a while, then said, "What I mean is, Sivit might be facing a fairy." The boss said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. Just tell her the method." Okay. Elder Zhou felt that the boss's temper wasn't very good, and wanted to hang up. "Don't hang up. I have something I need to talk to you about." However, the big boss spoke up. "Boss, I'm here." "What's the matter?" Elder Zhou was startled. "That Jun Chongkong over there, is his brain damaged?" The boss's voice was very unhappy. "A toad wants to eat swan meat. Is this guy crazy?" Who told him to go out with Sivit?" At that time, we needed a Gui Xian patrol to follow, but no one was willing to go. He was the only one who volunteered. "What do you want me to do? Can't you go with him?" The boss said angrily, "What's wrong with your brain? Do you know what the duties of a patrol are? They're to follow and protect. You actually sent someone whose combat strength can't even compare to Sivit. If something really happens, who's going to protect who? Jun Chongkong isn't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Don't you know that? Other than that by face, he doesn't have anything else that's worth mentioning. Could it be that you like his by face?" "Boss, I think you're blind. Why don't you send someone with ulterior motives?" "I don't believe that you didn't see that kid's ulterior motives. Elder Zhou, think of other ways to make extra money from your salary and bonus for the next 20 years. Just for today's event, I'll deduct all of it." "Deduct all of it?" The boss's voice was full of anger and resentment. He was angry at Elder Zhou's incompetence. Elder Zhou was dumbfounded. "Boss, you can't do that. Where can I make extra money?" I didn't do anything." Okay. The boss's voice was full of anger. That Jun Chongkong called back and said that he's going to kill this and that. They started to make arrangements. Then, our people heard the news and reported it to me directly. Fortunately, I helped you suppress this matter. If Marshal Nan was here, Elder Zhou, there's a 99% chance that you'd be cleaning toilets by now. Can't you ask more questions if you don't know something? There's a mouth under your nose. It's not just for eating, right? You have to let out a fart." The boss continued to scold, "Hurry up and tell that bullshit Jun Chongkong to come back now." "What the hell? Is the Emperor's third son so badass? Who does he want to kill?" "Ha! Old Joe, why have you been so insensitive all these years? The boss hung up the phone. Elder Joe was confused. What did I do? What did I do? My 20 years of salary and bonus are gone for no reason. Just because I sent Jun Chongkong. What? What's going on? What the hell? What the hell is going on? But no matter what, there's still something more important. Elder Zhou hurriedly called Sui Xiaoyan back. Just treat it as psychological pressure to deal with the flying heaven situation. For example, as an ordinary person, when faced with natural disasters such as earthquakes, landslides, mudslides, etc., it's reasonable to feel the shadow of death. However, this shadow of death can't be taken seriously most of the time. If I explain it this way, do you understand what I mean? Sui Xiaoyan understood and said, in other words, the power of flying doesn't represent one's true strength. It's not like that. Flying is the starting point of a cultivator's power. However, most of the flying cultivators, even if they reach the peak of the flying realm, can't use the power freely. Elder Zhou explained patiently, let me give you an example. You know that there's starlight above your head. Starlight is a kind of energy that you can use, but can you really use it? Starlight. This figurative example confused Sui Xiaoyan, who already had some understanding of the situation. Chapter 906. Originally, she had already understood the previous sentence, but the following example made her feel confused. At this time, someone suddenly appeared beside Old Zhou and snatched the phone away. He scolded Old Zhou using telepathy, so you're the brainless one. You're the one who turned a genius into an idiot just because you're a teacher. Then he said to the phone, Civet, the simplest and most straightforward sentence is, as long as you don't feel the pressure from the surrounding environment in front of your enemy, you don't have to pay attention to him. As long as you are confident that you have enough combat power, you can directly use your combat power to confront him head-on. As long as you fight him head-on, it'll be fine. Do you understand? If you can feel the pressure, run away immediately. Do you understand? Sui Xiaoyan said excitedly, I understand. The call was hung up. When Sui Xiaoyan picked up the phone, Sui Xiaoduo was naturally listening as well. Now, both of them understood. It was as if a layer of paper window had been pierced through. I get it now. The so-called Shi is nothing more than an aura unique to Skysoar realm cultivators. It can make you feel apprehensive. However, the majority of Skysoars can't use Shi at all. In other words, the majority of Skysoars are just paper tigers. There's no need to scare yourself. All you need to do is fight. That was how Sui Xiaoduo understood it. Both of them understood. On the other hand, Old Zhou was completely confused. He looked at the person holding the phone with a dumbfounded expression. Boss? Why did you come at this time? If I didn't come, would you be able to explain yourself? Boss was wearing a black cloak. He sat on the chair like a bat and sighed. Old Zhou, after breaking through to the Skysoar realm, you've been the supervisor of the returning mystery department. You've been cautious and conscientious all this time and haven't made any mistakes. However, you've never been promoted or transferred to another department. Do you know why? Boss spoke as if he was having a heart-to-heart talk. Old Zhou felt more and more restrained in his heart. After so many years, this was the first time he was sitting so close to the boss of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He only felt as if a mountain was standing in front of him, instinctively lowering his head by half a head. I'm actually doing pretty well in the returning profound division. Old Zhou said. I've kept you here not because you can't do anything else, but because you're too honest. She wasn't that scheming. So with you here, I can rest assured. I can rest assured from the bottom of my heart. There was a hint of melancholy on eldest brother's thin face. He sighed and said, "But you're too honest, old Joe." "Huh?" Old Joe was confused. "Isn't it good to be honest? Sometimes, you have to use your brain." Boss looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. His eyes were filled with pity. He looked at Elder Joe and pointed at Elder Joe's head. Then, he pointed at his own head and said, "Elder Joe, do you know what is inside?" Old Joe was stunned. "Brain matter." "Fuck your brains." Big Boss immediately cursed. There should be wisdom in this. It should be thought. It should be brain matter. Brain matter. You only know that it's brain matter. And bones and blood, why don't you say it? Boss really couldn't control himself and spat. Old Joe's face was full of saliva. Big Boss obviously didn't expect this either. He had personally come over to give him some pointers and asked a guiding question, but someone actually answered, "Inside the head is brain matter." This answer was completely out of his expectations. For a moment, even his brain was a little numb. He didn't know how to respond. There was actually a bit of a stalemate in his thinking. "Forget it, I won't beat around the bush with you." Big Boss felt that he had been defeated. When talking to such an honest guy, he should be straightforward and say whatever was on his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to understand it all. This was the main reason why he was interested in him in the first place. But he really wanted to hit him. "Do you know why the civet has been taken care of since it entered the Nine Heavens Pavilion?" Big Boss asked. "Taken care of?" Old Joe looked at Big Boss blankly. He was deep in thought. How was it taken care of? When it was time to go on missions, it went on missions. She had done a lot of hard and tiring work. Even those relatively dangerous places were never forbidden. Everything was treated equally. How was it taken care of? On the other hand, Jun Chongkong, a member of the royal family, was really taken care of in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He wasn't allowed to go to any places that were slightly dangerous. So, was it really taken care of? This rhetorical question made Big Boss stare for a long time. He carefully looked at the person he had chosen to be the person in charge of the returning mystery division of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Suddenly, he felt that this guy needed another assistant. The original assistant wasn't good enough. Furthermore, he would need a very powerful assistant. At the very least, when asked what was in his brain, he couldn't say that it was brain matter. "Old Joe, you're cultivating the great strength Vajra technique, right? I think you've cultivated it to the point where it's in your brain. Is it so profound?" Big Boss was speechless. Old Joe sat with his hands on his knees and his body straight. "Big Boss, I know you're saying that I don't use my brain." Hee hee, dot. Big Boss stared and panted. This guy can actually laugh so honestly. What a weirdo. Forget it. You're only suitable for accepting missions and completing them. You don't have to worry about other things. You just have to follow the mission and do it perfectly. Just like before. Anyway, that's how you did it before. You don't have to make any changes. Big Boss gave the order dejectedly. It was the first time in his life that he gave an order so powerlessly. Moreover, he was sighing. First order. Sigh. Yes. Order Jun Chongkong to return immediately. Yes. Second order, activate all the spies in the Nine Heavens Pavilion and the Third Prince's residence to monitor the movements in the continent. Yes. Third order, all the forces under the Third Prince and all the martial arts connections are to be fully monitored. Nothing can be missed. Yes. Fourth order, the chief of the returning mystery division will be determined based on results and actual combat strength. Jun Changkong will be removed from the position of chief. He will be assessed in the whole division when he returns. Yes. After giving out 4 orders in a row, Big Boss was finally in a good mood. Then, contact the royal family tomorrow. Tell them that the third prince's marriage should be decided as soon as possible. Don't think about what you shouldn't think about, and don't think about what you shouldn't think about. Understand? Understood. Looking at old Zhou's determined face, Big Boss said in a relaxed manner, Old Zhou, do you know why? To prevent Jun Changkong from pestering the civet. Old Zhou felt that he was very smart this time. This was very clear. Sigh, this is only half of it. Big Boss sighed. It seemed that old Zhou could only stay in the position of executing orders for the rest of his life. The other reason is, the other party is still the royal family of the continent. This time, I'm doing the royal family a big favor. Let's see if I can save Jun Changkong's life. After all, it's not good to cause too much trouble. The life of a prince can't be ended too hastily. It's too easy to cause panic in the royal family. Big Boss sighed worriedly. He felt that he was worrying too much for the royal family. The royal family should give him a medal. A friend of the royal family. Although my intention was just to reduce the trouble. Old Zhou understood. Suddenly, his face turned pale. The third prince. Jun Changkong's life is in danger. Big Boss looked at him with interest. Then, have you thought of anything? Old Zhou took a deep breath. I understand. What do you understand? Someone wants to assassinate the royal family. Big Boss stood up and walked to the door with a dark face. Suddenly, he turned around and gritted his teeth. Zhou Qing. I'll call you master. Do you dare to answer me? Zhou Qing was shocked. His old face wrinkled. I don't dare to. But at this time, there was no one at the door. After saying that, Big Boss didn't wait for Zhou Qing's reply and disappeared. Old Zhou stared at the door blankly. After a long time, he closed the door and sat back on the chair, sighing. It seems that Civet really has a powerful background. Big Boss. I'm not stupid, but it's better that I don't know about this kind of background. I can't do anything about it, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep if I know about this today. It's best to pretend to be stupid. It's rare to be stupid, it's rare to be stupid. Old Zhou muttered. His head was covered in cold sweat. After all, he was the one who allowed Jun Changkong to go out with Zhuo Xiaoyan. But now, he knew that Zhuo Xiaoyan's background was so terrifying. If he thought of everything, he wouldn't be able to get rid of this accusation. An honest person also had an honest way of doing things. According to his usual character, he could just pretend to be stupid and muddle through it. Although he finally understood it in the end, he couldn't say it out loud. However, Jun Changkong had to come back quickly. This kid had caused a big mess for him. Old Zhou picked up the phone and called Jun Changkong. If you don't come back, your life will be over. Since we are colleagues, I'll do my best to save your life. After Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan came out, they didn't find anything unusual. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo set off. The task of rescuing De Guyen still fell on him. When Zhuo Xiaoyan was about to follow him, Gao Qiao came up to her and said, Sister-in-law, let's add each other as friends. Add each other as friends at this time. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't think too much about it and added Gao Qiao. Then, she received Gao Qiao's telepathic message, I have a short video here and the information I'm going to organize later. Remember to take a look at it. Okay. Be careful of June Chongkong. Sui Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes. Chapter 907. However, Gao Qiaoer had already gone back. She nodded at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong nodded back. Although the video was in the group, people like Sui Xiao Duo wouldn't look at their phones when they were bored. They would only look at their phones when they had absolutely nothing to do. The reason why he reminded Sui Xiaoyan was that Sui Xiaoyan had to know about it first. If Sui Xiao Duo knew about it first, he would be suspected of sowing discord. However, if Sui Xiaoyan knew about it first, she would be able to appease Sui Xiao Duo first. As for how to deal with this matter, the two of them could discuss it. According to the logic of a normal couple, this was the most correct way to deal with it. This was also the decision made by Li Chenglong and Gao Qiaoer after discussing it. After all, June Chongkong was a member of the royal family. His identity was sensitive, and they could not act rashly. Of course, Li Chenglong already had a backup plan. If June Chongkong was really a threat, his brothers would have to deal with him secretly first. Li Chenglong's plan and Gao Qiaoer's attentiveness had taken everything into consideration. Sui Xiao Duo arrived at Baishan City in a flash. Sui Xiaoyan caught up with him and said softly, "Be careful." Sui Xiao Duo raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry. I haven't consummated my marriage yet. How can I bear to die?" Sui Xiaoyan said angrily, "Can't you be more serious?" Hee. Sui Xiao Duo left like a wisp of smoke. Seeing Sui Xiao Duo walk away, Sui Xiaoyan quietly turned invisible and went to the city gate. She was counting the time. There was still some time. She took out her phone and watched the video. The video was very short, only a few seconds. Below that was a long paragraph of Gao Qiaoer's description. He went on to explain everything that had happened, as well as everyone's thoughts and considerations. He didn't hide anything at all. In the end, he reminded her of the whole story from the beginning to the end. Sui Xiaoyan watched the video again. She saw June Chongkong's ferocious face, sinister eyes, and murderous words. Her beautiful eyes suddenly exploded with a cold murderous intent that could not be suppressed. June. Grow. Empty. Sui Xiaoyan felt a strong murderous intent in her heart. She had never felt such an extreme desire to kill someone since she was born. And now, this person had appeared. It was June Chongkong. You actually want to harm my dodo dog." Sui Xiaoyan was really furious this time. No one was allowed to have even the slightest bit of malice towards the puppy. No one. What's more, he had such vicious thoughts. This person must not be left alive. But now, the most important thing was to support Dodo Dog Battalion's rescue operation. Sui Xiaoyan held back her anger, put away her phone, and carefully calculated the time. When the night was at its darkest point 1:50 in the morning, Sui Xiaoyan suddenly jumped up. In the direction of Baishan City's main gate, she slashed her sword across the sky and instantly froze the entire city wall. Then, she used her spiritual power to push. With a crash, the city wall that was hundreds of meters long collapsed like a tsunami. The thick city wall that had been there for countless years was still unable to resist this slash. Sui Xiaoyan's Spirit Snatcher sword emitted an endless amount of frost, mixed with the extreme coldness that was countless times more severe than Baishan City's original coldness, and forcefully rushed into Baishan City. Along the way, blood appeared on the throats of nearly 100 people, and their bodies turned into ice sculptures. On the other side, although the 8 fairies of the Dao League were very worried, they could only fight back. Even if they could not kill them, couldn't they defeat them and force them to retreat? Moreover, this was legitimate self-defense. We were forced to fight back. We were attacked and we fought back. Can't we? Can't we? Eager to make a contribution, Pu Guanshan took the lead and rushed up to fight back. Of all the people, only he had to fight back. First of all, this was Baishan City, and second of all, he had been suspected by Yun Piaoliu. If he didn't fight with all his strength, he was afraid that the consequences would be dire. However, all of them ran into a thick fog that was so thick that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Yun Piaoliu and the others rushed up to the sky first. Yun Piaoliu took out a fan and opened it. Under the cover of this strange fan, the four of them disappeared without a trace. Others couldn't see them, but they could still see others clearly. In such a cold place, the ice spirit could unleash its full power. Its power was several times stronger than in other places. This place was the absolute home of the ice spirit. The ice spirit rushed up to the sky with a roar, and then the entire Baishan city was instantly filled with thick fog. With the help of the ice spirit, the Zhuxiaonian was like a fish in water in the fog. However, the masters of Baishan City and the Dao League couldn't do that. The Zhuxiaonian successfully restrained all the top masters of Baishan City by herself. There were only a few exceptions. The thick fog was rolling, and the snow was flying. It was so cold that it connected the sky and the earth. Cultivators below the nascent soul transformation stage didn't even have the qualifications to enter this area. If they entered, they would be frozen in 1 second. In the next second, their divine souls would be stagnant. She really lives up to her reputation. The ice witch is really domineering. Standing in the sky, Yun Piaoliu watched the battle in the thick fog with the help of his magical folding fan. He could feel the coldness that seeped into his bones. The crisscrossing sword chi was so powerful that it could reach hundreds of meters away that he couldn't help but exclaim. She is indeed a talent. We can't compare with her. Yun Piaoliu, Feng Wuhan, and the others were speechless. They were all people of the human relations token, but the strength of the Zhuxiaonian in front of them was beyond their imagination. At this moment, the Zhuxiaonian was not at a disadvantage even though 6 Skysoar Realm Masters were attacking her together. She didn't seem to be clumsy at all. The sword in her hand seemed to be able to change by itself. Sometimes it was as heavy as a mountain, and sometimes it was as light as a feather. It was only a sword, but it was natural for it to be as graceful as a silk sleeve. However, it was also as powerful as a sledgehammer. How could one describe it? The Zhuxiaonian was fighting fiercely. The more she fought, the more agile she became. She led the enemies all the way to higher ground. She even set up the ice spirit fog formation in the sky and attacked fiercely. The few Skysoar Realm Masters worked together to create astral winds that reached the heavens and earth. Within a certain range, the astral winds were able to blow large rocks away. However, even with such a strong wind, it was still unable to disperse the dense fog. The fog seemed to be endless. However much you blew away, it would be replenished. Furthermore, as the astral winds continued to blow, the area covered by the fog actually became wider and wider. Furthermore, it was getting denser and denser. This result caused the Skysoar Realm Masters to be even more astonished. The more they fought, the more astonished they became. Gradually, they were overwhelmed with shock. This Zhuxiaonian was only a little girl in her early 20s. Her cultivation was only at the divine reigning realm. It was obvious that she had yet to reach the mystical realm. How did she do it? Naturally, they didn't know that this was the coldest white-head mountain in the entire Astral Souls continent. The ice spirit was like a fish returning to the water. It could be said that the ice spirit was able to create as much fog and snow as the Whitehead Mountain had accumulated over the years. In this kind of place, the ice spirit was invincible and undying. The more the Zhuoxiaonian fought, the braver she became. Her sword chi whistled and merged into one. Everyone in the White Mountain City was in high spirits and focused on the battle. However, no one noticed it. Or perhaps, even if they did, they wouldn't notice it. Because they weren't familiar with it. Those who were familiar with the Zhuoxiaonian knew that the Zhuoxiaonian had always had long hair draped over her shoulders. She rarely had her hair styled. But today, on Zhuoxiaonian's head, there was an unprecedented pair of ancient hairpins. Not only did it perfectly detract from Zhuoxiaonian's peerless beauty, it also added a bit of an ancient and elegant aura. And in the middle of the two buns, there was a small black crow, who was bored to death sitting there. Its round eyes were somewhat sluggish. "Why haven't you asked me to fight yet? So boring." As the Zhuoxiaonian moved back and forth like lightning, Xiao stayed in the Zhuoxiaonian's hair. It didn't move at all and didn't affect its balance at all. When Zhuoxiaoduo suggested it, the Zhuoxiaonian wanted to put Xiao in her arms. However, when Zhuoxiaoduo thought of Zhao's identity as the seventh prince, he was inexplicably jealous and didn't want to do it. "How can this guy touch my wife's breasts? Just a bird." "What are you talking about? Not even a bird. Except for me and my son, no one else can." "Well, even if that bird thinks he's my son, I can't do it. After all, he's not my son." The Zhuoxiaonian had no choice but to make an exception and comb her hair, hiding Xiao in it. Even though she was scolding Zhuoxiaoduo in her heart for making a fuss and being too stubborn, she still obeyed. Subconsciously, the Zhuoxiaonian didn't realize how much she cared about Zhuoxiaoduo's thoughts. Her thoughts were very simple. "He's young, so I'll let him have his way. I just don't know which part of him is young." Just as the Zhuoxiaonian's fight was in full swing, Zhuoxiaoduo had quietly entered Baishan City. This time, compared to the last time, it was much easier to enter. He didn't encounter any decent enemies. He strolled through the main hall like a gust of wind and strolled underground. The reason why he said it was a stroll was probably because no one noticed him along the way. Even Zhuoxiaoduo didn't expect that he would come so smoothly. He saw the hut where Duguyen was imprisoned. He snuck over without making a sound and carefully observed his surroundings. Zhuoxiaoduo wouldn't have the problem of traveling half 100 li or 90 li. He was more cautious than anyone else and was afraid of death. Suddenly, a strong aura surged when Zhuoxiaoduo was about to touch the target's hut. It was like a beast that had been waiting for its prey for a long time and suddenly discovered its arrival. This aura was a little familiar. Chapter 908. Zhuoxiaoduo snorted coldly. It was one thing to be cautious, but since he was already here, there was nothing to be afraid of. Before this, Zhuoxiaoduo was really afraid that the enemy would find another place to hide Duguyen before he rescued her. But now, Duguyen's breath was still in the hut, so Zhuoxiaoduo was naturally relieved. No matter who was on the other side, he would smash over, snatch Duguyen and throw her into the space-destroying tower. Even if there were thousands of troops waiting to ambush him, he would be able to kill his way out. The yin and yang qi quietly circulated, and the black and white circles were formed. The bai and the jiu were activated. The sledgehammer appeared in his hand as if it was made out of nothing, pointing straight ahead. At the door of the stone room where Duguyen was imprisoned, there were 3 people sitting quietly. 2 of them were the 2 teachers from Jade Sun High School who betrayed Duguyen and Yumoyan. The other person was the deputy governor of Baishan City, Guan Shanhe. At this moment, Guan Shanhe had also found Zhuoxiaoduo's trace. Zhuoxiaoduo was about to make a move when he suddenly heard a soft voice in his ear. "Young Master Zhuo, I'm Guan Shanhe. After you rescue her, I'll chase after you." At that time, I have some information to report to young Master Zhua. Zhua Xiaoduo was stunned. If it was not surprising that Guan Shanhe would contact him, then it was too surprising that he would lower himself to such a level. His tone could be said to be humble and submissive. Zhua Xiaoduo quickly replied, "Okay. Is Duge Yan inside? Who are the other two?" These two people are the two teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Academy. Guan Shanhe explained. Suddenly, he exploded and roared, "Who are you?" Zhua Xiaoduo sneered, "Guan Shanhe. Don't you recognize me? We've fought several times." Suddenly, the yin and yang qi swirled, and the sledgehammer smashed over with the force of a mountain. Guan Shanhe was shocked. "It's you." He drew his sword and attacked. His momentum was unstoppable, and his might could shake the earth and the heavens. As for the two teachers beside him, their lips turned green and their faces turned pale. Just as they were about to dodge, they found that they couldn't move. They were now in the middle of Guan Shanhe's and Zhua Xiaoduo's momentum. They couldn't even move a finger. In the blink of an eye, Zhua Xiaoduo's hammer and Guan Shanhe's sword collided. Under the impact of the two sides, each side sent out a portion of their power to knock the two teachers unconscious. Then, Guan Shanhe roared, "So powerful." Then, he staggered backwards. Zhua Xiaoduo laughed heartily. "The best is yet to come." She shouted, "Sister Yan, stay away from the door." Duge Yan immediately responded, her voice full of joy. With a muffled bang, Zhua Xiaoduo had smashed a big hole in the stone door. Smoke and dust filled the air. He flashed in and grabbed Duge Yan. "Sister Yan, calm your mind. Don't resist." With a whoosh, Duge Yan was sent into the Tower of Annihilation. Then, she moved her toes and the two unconscious teachers were also sent into the Tower of Annihilation. Then, she roared again, "Guan Shanhe. How dare you sneak attack me?" She ran away in a flash. Guan Shanhe roared like thunder, "Scoundrel. Put them down." Zhua Xiaoduo laughed heartily. The 9x9 cat hammer in his hand rumbled and rushed forward crazily. Zhua Xiaoduo's movement speed was not fast. His movements were more about destroying the underground buildings, wantonly destroying them. Guan Shanhe chased after him, roaring like thunder. He was fighting with all his might, risking his life. Rumbled up the load-bearing walls of the underground buildings were constantly smashed. Rumbled smoke and dust rose to the sky. Just by listening to the sound and looking at the smoke and dust, it seemed that the two of them had fought until the end of the world. Boom! The largest load-bearing wall of the underground buildings of Baishan City was also smashed by Zhua Xiaoduo with one hammer. Then, with another hammer, a super big hole was blasted in the ground. Zhua Xiaoduo's slender figure followed closely behind the two hammers, brazenly soaring into the sky. As Zhua Xiaoduo rushed out of the underground building, a gray shadow followed behind him like a shadow, roaring angrily, "Zhua Xiaoduo. How dare you? Put them down." The voice was like a cuckoo crying blood, frighteningly mournful. Zhua Xiaoduo laughed heartily, and the two hammers smashed out thousands of times in an instant. "I'll take my leave now." Guan Shanhe's heartbroken voice sounded, "Thief. You and I are irreconcilable. If you go to the sky, I'll chase you to the heavens beyond heaven. If you go to the ground, I'll chase you too." Relentless pursuit. Behind him rumbled the entire Baishan City's City Lord's Hall shook together, and then as if there was an earthquake, the entire place sank into the ground. With a loud bang, all the buildings above the ground collapsed in an instant. The entire underground residence was completely smashed. Completely smashed. Completely smashed. There were at least thousands of people below. Blood spurted out from the cracks like waves, tens of meters high. Countless disabled warriors of Baishan City, together with their families, and even more of Pu Guanshan's family. In this collapse of heaven and earth, almost all of them had died. Large amounts of dust and snow rose to the sky, even dispersing the thick fog in the sky. In the sky, Pu Guanshan, who was fighting in the middle of the sky, turned his head to look, and suddenly his courage was shattered. No! Pu Guanshan screamed, and suddenly turned his head, rushing towards Baishan City with his eyes wide open. But how could Zhou Xiaonian let go of such a great opportunity to expose himself? Her body flashed, and endless frost chi splashed out, sweeping in all directions. Her entire person was like a fairy from the ninth heaven, waving a world of ice and snow, instantly erupting with extreme power. Wind, snow, and ice covered the entire sky. Another thin, but sharp, ice-cold sword chi shot out from her hand. Pu Guanshan's mind was in a mess, and he did not notice it at all. Instead, a Dao League flying heavenly sword blocked it, causing the ice-cold sword chi to deviate a little. With a pu sound, it pierced into Pu Guanshan's shoulder, instantly shattering and coming out of his body. But the wounds on his chest and back were immediately frozen, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. Pu Guanshan screamed, and his body spun violently as he fell from the sky. Zhou Xiaonian was aiming for Pu Guanshan's heart, but due to the distraction, her attack deviated a little. But when the ice-cold chi entered his body, it froze at least 60% of Pu Guanshan's blood and chi. Moreover, he was already at the sky-soaring realm, and that sword did not hit any vital parts. Although he was still alive, it was inevitable that he would be heavily injured. Zhou Xiaonian attacked with all her strength. While she heavily injured Pu Guanshan, she also created a crisis for herself. From beginning to end, she was under the joint attack of many Skysoar realm experts. Even if everyone was apprehensive and didn't dare to kill her, the pressures Zhou Xiaonian had to endure was still extremely intense. Although her previous burst of strength had successfully injured Pu Guanshan, it also left Pu Guanshan with an open door. Two of the opponents immediately teleported over and brazenly locked onto the space, intending to trap Zhou Xiaonian. Zhou Xiaonian's body immediately turned sluggish. She was about to be taken advantage of by the enemies and be trapped. But right at this moment, two sharp cries rang out. Gee, gee. Hiss, hiss. First, the ice soul separated from the spirit-plundering sword and turned into a strand of ice, instantly piercing through the left chest of a sky-soaring realm expert. An ice sculpture was instantly formed. Xiao let out a sharp cry and quickly flew out from Zhou Xiaonian's head. Halfway through, she turned into a blazing sun-golden crow that could incinerate everything. A hole appeared in the palm of the other Skysoar realm expert, and a transparent hole appeared in his right chest as well, piercing through the other Skysoar realm expert's body. Of the two sky-soaring realm experts, one of them had turned into a mummy. His entire body was sealed in ice, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were frozen as he fell down. As for the other one, his body burst into flames from the inside out, turning into a flaming man. He was burning fiercely. The true Yuan in his body was unable to resist and was turned into fuel. One of the sky-soaring realm experts, who had been observing the battle, had a pale complexion. Both of his arms were fractured, and his shoulder was bleeding profusely. His body was constantly being damaged. He was the one who had been struck by Zhou Xiaodua's meteor hammer, and had yet to recover. The surface of Zhou Xiaodua's hammer was made of starry sky indestructible stone. The injuries caused by the starry sky indestructible stone could be considered the first time in countless years that it had shown its effects. Just as Wu Taijiang had said, it was hard to recover from. With the powerful self-healing ability of a sky-soaring realm expert, although his injuries were not light, he should have recovered after a night of recuperation. But now, not only did his condition not improve, it even showed signs of worsening. However, one of their men had just gone to rescue Mount Puguan, so he was the only one who had the time to act. The others were led by Zhuo Duo in another direction, so they definitely wouldn't be able to make it here in time. Therefore, he let out a loud roar and rushed down while vomiting blood. His heart was filled with endless sorrow. He tried his best to circulate all the energy in his body, and barely managed to connect his arms. With each arm, he caught his heavily injured companions. Following that, he let out a blood-curdling scream as his body sank into the starry sky indestructible stone. Half of his body was frozen stiff, while the other half was burning. If his strength was at its peak, he might still be able to resist. But right now, the injuries caused by the starry sky indestructible stone were already riddled with wounds. How could he withstand Zhao's true sun flame and the ice soul's extreme chill ice spirit? At this moment, these two strange forces were acting as if they could penetrate through every opening. The other sky-soaring realm experts were shocked. How could they still care about holding back? They attacked together and forced Zhuo to retreat. Then, he quickly rushed over and saved the three of them. But in such a short period of time, the three sky-soaring realm experts were completely deformed. The Ice Soul and Zhao's existences were high-level existences that they had never seen before. Especially when the two of them were Xiantian lifeforms with boundless might. They were caught off guard and ambushed. The first snowflake of the primal chaos. The great sun golden crow. Chapter 909. Who would have thought that the Zhuo, who came from a small place, would have two of them? Even if the Yun and Feng families used all of their heirloom treasures, they would never be able to achieve such a feat. Was this a joke? On the other side, the Zhuo sneered and retreated. She had been holding on for so long, especially when she forced everyone to retreat and heavily injured Mount Puguan. Her vitality had been greatly damaged and it was difficult for her to continue. Now that she had the help of the twin spirits and forced everyone to retreat, she naturally had to retreat. Not to mention that the Zhuo duo had already sent out the signal. Why would she stay here and fight to the death? She had defeated 4 Skysoars in one battle. Such a battle record was shocking and unbelievable. High up in the sky, Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 were extremely surprised as they rushed down. The 4 of them did not expect this. Just a moment ago, they were fighting Zhuo together. How? How did things change so suddenly? It happened in less than a blink of an eye. The 4 Skysoars on their side were all heavily injured. The 4 Skysoars realm experts were all heavily injured so easily. In particular, 2 of them were still on fire, and were still screaming miserably. Yun Piaoliu's face was filled with pain. He infused his true inner force into the folding fan in his hand. With a wave, a green aura surged into the bodies of the 3 Skysoars realm experts. Their frozen bodies immediately warmed up, and the burning flames were extinguished. The 3 of them spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Save them. Yun Piaoliu was shocked. The fan of resurrection was best at reviving souls and prolonging lives. Unexpectedly, it was unable to completely remove the negative effects. What kind of injuries were they? Why were they so difficult to deal with? They were standing far away and did not see clearly what method the Zhuo used. They only heard 2 strange cries and the 3 Skysoars realm experts were all injured. In fact, even the 2 Skysoars realm experts who rushed over did not understand what they were facing. After all, this kind of Xiantian life form was too far away from the current era. Moreover, it had never appeared before. If they were asked, did they know about the Ice Soul? Did they know about the 3-legged golden crow? They definitely knew about it. But then again, even if the Ice Soul and the 3-legged golden crow were placed in front of them, they would probably only say, what is this? It was something that only existed in legends and books. They really did not know about it. The most important reason was that the image in books and real life were two completely different things. How could the mighty divine beast that was strolling in the sun be connected to the little black bird that flashed past in front of him? How could the ice soul that could freeze everything within 1,000 miles with a wave of her hand be related to that tiny illusory figure? Was this a joke? Even if they could see it clearly and recognize it on the spot, they would at least be at the level of the 12 Grand Shamans and the Tao Alliance's 7 swords. As to the three-legged golden crow, the three-legged the three-leg. To the to it. Not to mention the others. In other words, if the great witch Hong Shui had seen the three-legged golden crow, it was estimated that he would not be able to dominate the world until now. According to the hatred between the witches and demons, it was estimated that the young great witch Hong Shui would be directly roasted into charcoal at that time. But to save her. To save her. So far, even in the most polite way, there was no such place in the entire White Mountain City. It was a complete wasteland. The underground space was also completely destroyed by Zhou Xiaoduo's violent actions. The original Castellan's mansion was gone. The residential houses were all gone. The only buildings left were the original barracks. There were a few houses left in the camps. At this moment, they were all crowded by the survivors of White Mountain City. Many people were still rummaging in the ruins. No one knew if they were looking for the remains of their relatives or something else. Under the ruins of the assassins, there were all kinds of voices. Those were warriors with high cultivation. They were not killed by the collapse. They were trying their best to hold on and wait for help. Some were trying to find a way to climb out. But after this night, White Mountain City had become a city of bachelors. Everyone, including the Castellan Puguinshan, had become lonely. None of their children were left. Oh, there was an exception. That was Deputy City Lord Guan Shanha's family. For some reason, Deputy City Lord Guan's family was not harmed in this attack. At this moment, they were hiding in a small, swaying house. The Deputy Castellan Guan Shanha was still missing. According to the memories of some insiders, he should have gone to chase after Zhou Xiaoduo. After all, there were still quite a number of people who had heard the roar just now. Why? Are you here? Yun Piaoliu looked at Guan Shanha's wife and could not help but feel suspicious. Guan Shanha's wife was also a cloud transformation realm warrior. She sighed and said, "The old man's internal injury relapsed. The air down there is dirty. We can't stay here. Since the old man was injured, we have been living outside." Sigh. The old man that the wife was talking about was Guan Shanha's father-in-law. His cultivation base was not weak and was at the peak of the Gui Xian level. He was only below the 3 city lords of White Mountain City. However, this old man's luck was not good. When Zhou Xiaoduo came to smash the city gate for the first time, he coincidentally smashed the old man half dead. There was nothing wrong with letting more people know about this matter. Although Yun Piaoliu was suspicious, he did not say anything more. Let's find a place to check his injury. Yun Piaoliu held a small jade gourd in his hand. He was very reluctant to give it up. This was the golden elixir of fate. It was also the thing that Mount Puguan wanted to obtain at all costs. But now, Yun Piaoliu looked at the worthless White Mountain City. There were less than 2,000 soldiers in the city. Then, he looked at the heavily injured Puguinshan. He was even more reluctant to give away his golden elixir of fate. He had bragged to the outside world, but how many golden elixirs of the old ancestor in his family? That was an ancestor from many generations ago. How could he be as close as I bragged to the outside world? He might not even know me. At most, he might have heard of my name and know that I existed. Now, even De Yen had been rescued. In this way, it was a real loss. There was nothing left. He turned to Feng Wuhan and said, "Brother Feng, the elixir's on your side. I only have 3 left. I have to keep 1 for myself." In fact, he had 10 elixirs in his gourd. It was not just the 3 that he mentioned. Feng Wuhan looked sad. "When I was injured, I gave all my elixirs to the wounded. Sigh, the loss this time is too great." Feng Wui looked at his brother in surprise. "You know that we have 10 elixirs each. Even if you don't have any left, I still have some." "Why? Besides, I didn't see you use them. Even Brother Wui's elixirs have been used up." Feng Wuhan sighed. "Everyone is fighting for you and me. How can I be stingy with my elixirs? But I didn't expect the enemy to be so cruel and use so much elixirs. We need to keep this a secret. We can't go back and take them." Yun Piaoliu looked at Feng Wuhan as if he wanted to eat him. "I thought I was cruel enough. I didn't expect you to be so stingy." Feng Wuhan sighed and whispered to Yun Che, "Brother Yun, with the 3 pills you have, you should prioritize saving our own people first. As for Mount Puguan, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Don't worry, when I return, I'll definitely make it up to you. When the family supplies me, I'll give you all the elixirs in the first batch." Yun Piaoliu gritted his teeth and laughed. "I believe you." But he was regretting it in his heart. Why did I say I had 3 elixirs? I should have said I had used them all up. What kind of injury is this? Why is it so cold? Is this caused by Shuoxiaonian? But even if Shuoxiaonian cultivates an ice attribute cultivation technique, her cultivation clearly hasn't reached such a level. And this, it's directly on fire, and such a domineering flame at that. What's going on? After consuming the 3 elixirs, the injuries of the 3 Dao League's Flying Heavens experts began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the true origin qi that had been burned couldn't be replenished. Especially the Flying Heavens expert who had saved them. Even the golden elixir could only replenish his true origin qi. Not only did the injuries he suffered from Shuoxiaodua's sledgehammer not get better, they were even getting worse. This injury is too strange. Everyone studied it for a long time, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. "Piaoliu, don't you have another elixir?" Yun Piaoliu thought for a long time and finally decided to save Mount Puguan. After all, without Mount Puguan, they wouldn't have a main force to deal with Shuoxiaoduo. But at this point, everyone could see it. With Mount Puguan and Shuoxiaoduo, it was already beyond their ability to take down Shuoxiaoduo, let alone Shuoxiaonian, who was stronger than Shuoxiaoduo. "We have to make a move. Our guards have to make a move too." Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan walked to the side to discuss. "Brother Feng, we have to shoulder this responsibility together." Feng Wuhan frowned. The situation had come to this point. These days, he had controlled his Flying Heavens guards to abide by the rules of the Human Relations Order. But the situation was getting worse. Now, it was completely out of control. Did he really have to make a move? What if we're discovered? Feng Wuhan hesitated. "It's fine if we're discovered. As long as Shuoxiaoduo is dead, it doesn't matter if we're discovered. Our contributions outweigh our mistakes." Yun Piaoliu gritted his teeth and said, "If we withdraw now, we'll gain nothing. Brother Feng, are you willing to accept that?" Of course, he was unwilling. Especially the 2 winged hearts that had almost been in his mouth. Now, it was gone. How could Feng Wuhan accept that? Chapter 9-10. Of course, Feng Wuhan was unwilling. After spending so much effort, even White Mountain City was destroyed. Should he return with his tail between his legs? What about his future? Not to mention that his future would be ruined, he would still be laughed at by those people, right? How about a decisive battle? Yun Piaoliu suggested, his eyes flickering. A decisive battle. Feng Wuhan's eyes flickered as well. In the name of White Mountain City. Of course. The reason is a blood feud that can't be resolved must be resolved with life and death. The other party might not agree. They will definitely agree. We've dragged it out long enough. I don't think they want to drag it out any longer. Just as Feng Wuhan and Yun Piaoliu were discussing, a strange sound suddenly came from the night sky. A rock suddenly fell from the sky and landed in the ruins of White Mountain City. Who is it? An uninjured Skysoar realm expert immediately chased after the rock. Opposite him, a black figure threw out a ball of paper and disappeared without a trace. That Skysoar realm expert felt that if he really wanted to chase after the rock, he could catch up. The rock's movement speed was like heaven and earth compared to Swishaodua's. However, the ball of paper was obviously not lethal. After hesitating for a moment, he did not chase after the rock. Instead, he took the ball of paper and returned. Young master, someone sent over a ball of paper. There should be words on it, but I didn't confirm it. The Skysoar realm expert of the Dao League returned with the ball of paper and handed it to Yun Piaoliu. This was the caution of a bodyguard. He was only the bodyguard of the young master of the Yun clan. Everything he did was based on his actions. He did not take the initiative to speak or do anything. Yun Piaoliu rolled his eyes with a strange expression. Although the other Skysoar realm experts were in a heavy mood, they could not help but smile. The other party only sent over a ball of paper. If there were no words or content on the paper ball, was it sent to you to wipe your ass? When they opened it, they saw a letter filled with words. It's the information of all the people on that side. Yun Piaoliu's eyes lit up. It was indeed a report about the people on Swishaodua's side. It recorded the names, information, and approximate cultivation levels of Swishaoduo and the other 12 people. Almost everything was there. More importantly, it actually contained the location of everyone's current hiding place, as well as the secret that no one had discovered. Even the headcount, names, and hiding places of the teaching staff of Jade Sun High School. Yun Piaoliu's eyes glittered when he read the detailed information. I didn't expect there to be people from our side. This information is too detailed. It seems like the person who sent the letter intends to wipe out this group of people. However, this fellow is too careless in his actions. He actually wrote a bunch of words. The first few words even know to cover up his own handwriting, but the second few words clearly don't even have the intention to cover up his own handwriting. In addition, the killing intent is brimming between the lines. Yun Piaoliu looked at it and smiled. This is also a clue. Perhaps it can be used not only now, but also in the future. He patted the note and said, now that we have this, we don't have to be afraid that they won't come out to fight. What do you mean? Now the situation has changed. The main reason why we were at a disadvantage and were beaten passively was that Swishaonian and Swishaoduo were powerful. As long as they made a move, we would have to use most of our forces to fight against them. The other guys are very slippery. They could always take advantage of the gaps. And that Li Chenglong is in charge of the overall situation. We have no way to deal with them. We can only rely on our luck. But now, with the addition of the teaching staff of Jade Sun High School, we can't kill Swishaoduo and Swishaonian, but can't we kill them? These people's lives are our bargaining chips. Yun Piaoliu said lightly, they can only agree and fight passively until they are all dead or we don't want to fight anymore. There is no other choice. The wheel of fortune is on our side now. On the other side, Jun Chongkong disappeared. After Zhou Xiaoyan went back, she went to look for him with her sword. She was full of killing intent. She wanted to kill this guy who dared to have evil thoughts about her puppy even if she had to give up the future of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. But Jun Chongkong had disappeared for some reason. Zhou Xiaoyan tried to search with her divine mind, but she couldn't find him. When she called, his phone was turned off. He ran away. Zhou Xiaoyan was full of hatred. How could he run away so easily? That was too easy for him. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo and Guan Shanhe were engaged in a fierce battle. Guan Shanhe's every attack was powerful and ferocious. Zhou Xiaoduo was also not to be outdone as he continued to counterattack. As the two of them fought, dust and sand filled the air, creating a huge commotion. However, the actual situation was that the so-called power and ferocity, the continuous counterattacks, were all aimed at creating a sandstorm that filled the sky. Everything was just a show of strength, nothing more. Most of the time, the two of them were communicating through voice transmissions. Dao League. Feng and Yun families. Yun Piaoliu. Yun Piaoliu. Feng Wuhan. Feng Wui. The spirit of true love. 17 or 18 pairs already. 8 Skysoar experts. Are they their personal guards? Are they from the Feng and Yun families? Dao protectors. Are you worried? Token of gratitude. Token of gratitude. Understood. What do you want? Live? Not too much. Family's safety. Puguan Mountain. The mastermind there. He's also the one who contacted the Dao League. They gave him benefits? Golden Core. Oh. You have cooperation with other places. Understood. You've done a lot over the years. Yes, yes. I'll consider your request. Considering your performance and the sincerity you've shown, I'm willing to believe that you've turned over a new leaf. Of course, we won't be too harsh on you. But you've done a lot of things with Puguan Mountain. You'll have to bear the consequences. As for how we'll do it, we'll report the help you've given to the higher-ups and try our best to fight for leniency. But as for the final outcome, we're just a bunch of students. You know that I can't promise too much. But I can guarantee that you and your family won't die. That's the bottom line. That's good. Dust and smoke filled the sky. The two of them were fighting for their lives for only 2 minutes. The sky was dark, and they couldn't see clearly. Zhou Xiaoduo took advantage of the gap and changed his training hammer to the dream of 1,000 souls. Guan Shanhe's body was smashed into a bloody mess. Guan Shanhe screamed and ran away. Apart from his 2 legs, which were still relatively intact, the rest of his body had been smashed into smithereens. There was almost no place that was still intact. When he returned to White Mountain City, Guan Shanhe couldn't hold on any longer and fell in front of Yun Piaoliu. His miserable state made everyone feel the intensity of the battle. This is... Yun Piaoliu was shocked. Zhou Xiaoduo. Guan Shanhe fainted. It wasn't an act. He was seriously injured. There was no pretense. Master, Guan Shanhe's injuries are very serious. Apart from his legs, almost all the bones in his body are broken. It's a miracle that he could escape with such injuries. A flying sky protector looked at Guan Shanhe's injuries and reported. The corner of Yun Piaoliu's eyes twitched. Give him a golden core life spirit. He sighed inwardly. Guan Shanhe was really desperate. From this point, Guan Shanhe was at least much stronger than Pu Guanshan. He could clearly see the situation, and knew which side was worth submitting to. Reliable. After swallowing a golden core, Guan Shanhe slowly woke up. He saw Yun Piaoliu as soon as he opened his eyes. Master. I'm ashamed. I tried my best this time. But that Sui Xiao duo is really. Guan Shanhe struggled to get up. Take care of yourself first. Let the medicine take effect first. Yun Piaoliu sighed. I know you tried your best. With Guan Shanhe's injuries, anyone with eyes could see that he was not just putting his life on the line. He was simply putting his life on the line, risking his life. He was probably just short of self-destructing. On the other side, the flying heavens of Dao Alliance, who had yet to fully recover from the injuries caused by Sui Xiao's hammer, struggled to walk over. After carefully examining Guan Shanhe's injuries for a while, he said with a puzzled expression, Old Guan, your injuries, how did they heal so quickly? Guan Shanhe was confused. Master, your golden core life spirit is magical. It's normal for it to heal so quickly. If it weren't for my injuries, I would have fully recovered by now with the golden core in my stomach. The flying guard grimaced in pain. I also ate the golden core, but my injuries don't seem to be getting better. He was the most miserable one among the group of injured flying guards. He took Sui Xiao's sledgehammer head-on and had his skin touched by the sledgehammer. He was careful even when his bones were broken. However, the injuries caused by the Starry Sky indestructible stone were not something that could be healed by a golden core life spirit. Well, it was a completely different matter from Guan Shanhe's injuries. But now, this man, Guan Shanhe, Yun Piaoliu, and everyone else in Baishan City didn't know the reason. Everyone felt that. It was amazing. Everyone was injured, but you couldn't recover. This expert also felt that it was amazing. Everyone could recover, but why am I the only one who can't recover? It's like I'm cursed. I seem to have heard that there's something that can cause continuous injuries after hitting someone. It can't be healed by human strength alone, and it requires the 9 heaven spring water to heal such injuries. Feng Wui frowned. What's that? Sui Xiao's sledgehammer can't be made from that, right? Hearing this, the others immediately objected. Impossible. We haven't even seen that thing before, so we can't prove it. How can such a rare material be used to make such a pair of sledgehammers? Besides, there are many people here who have been injured by Sui Xiao duo. How can there be such a strange thing? I think it's because of Du San's physique. Maybe it's because of his character. Chapter 9-11. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made more sense to attribute the problem to the 3 of them. Even Du San, who was still recovering from his injuries, nodded in agreement. Many of them had been injured by Sui Xiao duo, but he was the only one who was injured like this. Maybe it's really because of my physique. With this interruption, Feng Wui had forgotten what he wanted to say. Now that the situation has changed, let's discuss who to send out for the next battle. Yun Piaoliu said, although the situation has changed, we shouldn't send out too many fairies. Otherwise, we'll attract the attention of the astral souls. Once they get involved, the consequences will be unpredictable. Feng Wuhan said, Guan Shanhe and Puguanshan will definitely fight. Although they're injured, they have the divine soul golden elixir in their bodies. It won't take long for them to recover and they'll be able to fight. That's right. They're the City Lord and the Vice City Lord of White Mountain City. How can they not fight? But we need 2 more fairies to enter White Mountain City's lineup. Otherwise. That's a must. Wuhan, do you think we should fight? Yun Piaoliu suddenly had an idea. Fight? Feng Wuhan was shocked. For this battle, they'll need to send someone else to fight. As long as we don't send out Duo and Xiaonian, the rest of them won't be a problem. We'll definitely win. Maybe we'll even gain something else. Yun Piaoliu's words were full of confidence. He had seen Yu Moyan and the others fight from afar and felt that it was nothing special. Of course, the main reason was that they had seen Xiaonian and Duo fight too many times in the past few days. They were already traumatized and desperately needed to regain their sense of superiority over others. After all, they were all elites who could fight above their level. They were also people with the personal favor token. But this time, they were crushed so badly that in front of Duo and Xiaonian, they didn't even have the courage to fight. If they couldn't calm down, how could they progress on the path of martial arts? Yun Piaoliu's suggestion caused the others to become restless. As the subordinates of White Mountain City, it's not a big deal for us to fight these astral souls geniuses. Even if our identities are exposed, we still haven't reached the Skysoar realm. Furthermore, isn't it normal for deaths to occur during a spar? If you're afraid of death, what's the point of entering the Tao? What's the point of cultivating martial arts? Yun Piaoli's eyes lit up. If you defeat and kill him fair and square, you will be killed. Why not? Feng Wuyi stood to one side, muttering to himself, but there is one thing that cannot be forgotten. If the other party kills us, they will have killed us in vain, and died in vain. Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan chuckled. Kill us? Are we that easy to kill? What a joke. Then let's do it this way. Yun Piaoliu said calmly, let's sort out the participants in White Mountain City and see how many people are still able to fight. Then, we'll fight 10 battles. Wuhan and I will take up 2 names. We'll be the subordinates of White Mountain City. As for our guards, we'll fight as the consecrators of White Mountain City. Together with Puguanshan and Guan Shanhe, we'll have 6 seats. We'll also choose 4 profound recognitions cultivators from White Mountain City. Yun Piaoliu and Feng Wuhan exchanged glances and nodded. That's a good idea. With such a lineup, it was naturally feasible. Victory was already in their hands, and there was no reason for them to lose. White Mountain City had been completely destroyed. Now that they had a chance to turn the tables, they would naturally seize the opportunity to recover as much as they could. By the way, after this, don't forget to use my Holy Spirit fan and your fate chart to recover the scattered fate of White Mountain City. We can't let this trip be in vain, so it's better to get as many benefits as possible. Alright. Everyone, calm down and recuperate. Recover as soon as possible. Now that White Mountain City is gone, we can gather together. With everyone together, Duo won't be able to launch a sneak attack. Yun Piaoliu said, since we don't have our own houses, we won't be separated. Let's gather together and fight in 1.5 days. Okay. As for Duo's side, I believe he still hasn't figured out who we are. He still thinks that the person in charge of this place is Mount Puguan. At most, he'll be surprised by the number of Skysoar realm experts here. As long as we don't leak our identities, we can do whatever we want. Yun Piaoliu smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control. On the other side, Duo's side was full of joy. Seeing that Dugu Yen was rescued, everyone was so happy that they almost went crazy. Luo Yanling hugged her daughter, unwilling to let go. She cried tears of joy. All the teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Academy, from top to bottom, were overflowing with joy. It was not until Duo threw out the 2 teachers that they suddenly fell silent. The old principal, Han Wankue, was so angry that his beard stood on end. He shouted angrily, "Bring them here. I want to ask them myself. Why are these 2 crazy things doing this?" The teachers of Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy followed them like a swarm of bees. Umo Yen and Dugu Yen looked at each other. Both of them were indescribably happy. Finally, I see you again. How nice. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were still full of seriousness. He was not as happy as the others. Because Duguyen, who had escaped with her life, still had the look of misfortune on her face. Although it was much better than before, it was still there. On the other hand, the lonely look on Umo Yan's face was still there. Recalling what Guan Shan had said, Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed inwardly. There was only one reason for all of this, and that was the two wings divine technique. After the joy of reunion had passed, Zhuo Xiaoduo called Umo Yan and Duguyen out. Mo Yan, there's something that I have to say. Zhuo Xiaoduo's attitude at this moment could be said to be unprecedentedly serious. Boss, please say it. Umo Yan held Duguyen's hand. He felt that he could not bear to let go of her for even a moment. It's about your two wings divine technique. Zhuo Xiaoduo rarely spoke in such a serious manner, but regarding the matter of Umo Yan and his wife, he really couldn't relax. I've thought about it for a long time, and now I've connected everything together. Umo Yan and Duguyen said together, Boss, tell us, what is going on? Simply put, this mental cultivation technique is the prerequisite for an evil mental cultivation technique developed by the juniors of the Tao Alliance. This mental cultivation technique can allow their strength to advance at a speed that far surpasses common sense and surpasses everyone's ability to advance at a speed that far surpasses common sense. The process doesn't even have to be very difficult. It's not even difficult to cross the bottleneck. And the only difficulty with this kind of mental cultivation method is that it still needs a special prerequisite, which is your two-winged heart's mental cultivation method. It needs someone to cultivate the two-winged heart's mental cultivation method to a certain level, then they will come and pluck the spirit of true love of the man and woman cultivating the two-winged heart's mental cultivation method, as well as the qi of yin and yang. With this method, they can quickly and efficiently reach a certain the so-called balance of yin and yang theory advocated by the Tao League. Thus, they can promote their cultivation realm. Although this cultivation technique is evil and vicious, because of the balance of yin and yang, it allows the caster to have no side effects or even backfire. All they need to do is to attract a Zhao's Tao realm when their cultivation realm is above the sky realm, and all the hidden dangers can be perfectly solved. Therefore, there are many people in the younger generation of the Tao League who cultivate this technique. As long as they cultivate this technique, as long as they meet someone who cultivates the two wings divine technique, they can absorb the yin and yang qi. They don't need to teach or cultivate them. So, when Zhuo Xiaoduo said this, Yu Moyan and Duguyen basically understood what Zhuo Xiaoduo was trying to say. The two wings divine technique. This was the root of this change. In other words, as long as they cultivated the two wings divine technique, this kind of thing would happen again in the future. This was because the two of them had become the Tao League's cultivation cauldrons. No matter who caught the two of them, they could use them to improve their cultivation. What the fuck? Yu Moyan's face was full of bad luck. In all fairness, this matter was too vexing. They had suddenly become someone's cultivation cauldrons for no reason. Moreover, it was not just one person's, but many people's. As for this cultivation technique, I've already studied it with Yen, just now. We've confirmed that if this cultivation technique is destroyed, it'll definitely affect the foundation of our Tao. There's no way to make up for it. Yu Moyan was speechless and angry. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. Regarding this point, he had long guessed. The Tao League's people had spent so much effort to create this cultivation technique. How could they destroy it so easily? Therefore, you'll have many opportunities to encounter similar dangers in the future. Zhuo Xiaoduo said to Yu Moyan very straightforwardly, what's more, I can see that the misfortune hasn't dispersed from your faces. This means that although we've saved you and Sister Yen, this time, we've only dispelled part of the misfortune. Yu Moyin took a deep breath. He felt that the anger in his chest was about to explode. However, there's one thing that I'm sure of. The Two Wings Divine Technique is still a rather outstanding and mysterious cultivation technique. It doesn't have any drawbacks. Moreover, when it's cultivated to the extreme, not only is it easy for a husband and wife to connect their hearts, even if they're thousands of miles apart, they'll be able to communicate with each other mentally and know everything about each other. This cultivation technique is a very good choice for a husband and wife who have a good relationship. Because no matter when, as long as you have a thought, the other party will know what you're thinking and what you're thinking. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, it's especially beneficial for battle techniques that require a husband and wife to work together. They can cooperate perfectly to the point of perfection. Chapter 9:12. Umo Yen and Duge Yen nodded. They had also sensed what Zhuo Xiaoduo had just said. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was Zhuo Xiaoduo after all. He was not serious for long before he could no longer hold it in. This two-winged heart godly technique had too many flaws, and Zhuo Xiaoduo had to spit them out. He raised his eyebrows and laughed happily. Of course, if Umo Yen wants to be a playboy in the future, or wants to find a mistress, or suddenly has feelings for a girl, Sister Yen will know about it immediately. She might even find out about it before Umo Yen himself. As the saying goes, actions are better than feelings. This is another way of reading it, literally reading it. You all understand, don't you? Ha ha ha. Umo Yen was speechless. Duge Yen was speechless. After talking for so long, she felt strange. Why isn't Zhuo acting like a bitch today? I'm not used to this. Just as she thought about it, a certain someone acted like a bitch. The bitch was overflowing, making it hard for others to look at him directly. When a bitch stopped acting like a bitch, he was truly a bitch. Is there no solution? Duge Yen frowned. There is. Umo Yen said in a deep voice, the first solution is to quickly become stronger. Once we become stronger, no one will dare to use us for cultivation. According to Big Brother, as long as we quickly advance to the Skysoar realm, we'll be able to break through the basic requirement of being a human cauldron. What about the second solution? The second solution is to leave this place temporarily. Similarly, we'll wait until we reach the Skysoar realm before returning to the world. Break through to the Skysoar realm. It was easy to say, but in reality, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In this world, 99% of the cultivators who could reach the God-reigning realm were already considered rare geniuses. Furthermore, there were still many opportunities for them to accumulate. If they wanted to take another step forward and reach the Skysoar realm, it would be even more difficult. Otherwise, why would the token of affection set the limit above the Skysoar realm? Umo Yan's expression was firm. When Duge Yen saw Umoyan's expression, she knew that Umoyan was unwilling to leave. She held Umoyan's hand and said softly, I'll be wherever you are. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. He understood Umo Yan's thoughts better than anyone else. If it was him, he wouldn't leave either. If he left, it would be tantamount to running away. It would definitely cause irreparable damage to his martial arts state of mind. If he didn't leave, he would stay here and continue to fight with the Dao League. Firstly, he could take revenge. Secondly, he could train himself and improve himself. At Umoyan's and Duge Yen's level of cultivation, experience was much more important than cultivation. This was also the reason why Zhuo Xiaoduo insisted on going out to train alone. This was because building a cart behind closed doors could no longer meet the requirements of cultivation. However, this kind of training and battle was extremely dangerous. What's your plan? Swa Xiaoduo sighed. I'm not leaving. Yu Moyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent and extreme hatred. He was a stubborn person to begin with. At this moment, because his bottom line had been crossed, he was filled with hatred. If he didn't take revenge, how could he leave? It could be said that from now on, Yu Moyan would fight with the Dao League for the rest of his life. He wouldn't rest until he was dead. If you insist on not leaving, you'll cause Sister Yen, to be in danger. She'll be in danger all the time and die at every step. Swa Xiaoduo sighed again. I'm not afraid of danger. Dugu Yen said bravely, wherever Moyan is, I'll be there. In this life, I'll fight with the Dao League until the end. Swa Xiaoduo's heart was in a mess, and he gnashed his teeth. He carefully looked at Yu Moyan and Dugu Yen's faces from top to bottom, but the more he looked, the more he felt a headache. It was a sign of misfortune. Although it didn't seem to be an unusually dense death aura now, misfortune could still turn into death aura at any time. If something went wrong, they would die prematurely. This was something that didn't need to be considered at all. It looks like. Swa Xiaoduo pondered for a while and said, up until now, the misfortune for both of you should be over. However, I can't say for sure the next time. After throwing out 2 consecutive luck points and carefully looking at their faces, Swa Xiaoduo finally said, if that's the case, I'll give both of you a few words. You must remember them well for each other. Boss, please say it. We'll definitely remember it. We won't dare to forget it. Yu Moyan immediately perked up when he heard this. With Yu Moyan's understanding and trust of Swa Xiaoduo, he naturally knew that Swa Xiaoduo's solemn words might be related to his and Dugu Yen's misfortune in the future. Swa Xiaoduo looked at their faces and said word by word, since the beginning of time, true love is related to 2 hearts. Since ancient times, it's hard to find a heartless person. Mandarin ducks are afraid of eagles and falcons. Lotus flowers on the same stem fear wind and dust. Don't cry when you don't see the blue sea. Don't walk on the middle of the clouds for 3 years, don't step into the Sanqing sect for 6 years. White Mountain is not a place for heroes, black water contains nightmarish souls. Once the demonic aura soars to the sky, the heavens won't sink. Dugu Yen and Yu Moyan memorized the poem carefully and recorded it down completely. Both of them communicated with each other in their hearts and repeatedly confirmed that there was no mistake. Swa Xiaoduo was still worried and said, is there anything you don't understand? Let me explain it to you. In Swa Xiaoduo's life of fortune-telling, this was definitely the first time he had taken such initiative. Yu Moyan did not hold back and said, don't cry when you don't see the blue sea. Don't cross the clouds after wind and rain. Although your faces are still filled with misfortune, there's a purple aura in them, which means there's a hidden omen of turning misfortune into good fortune. As long as you don't see each other's bodies, your hearts should be filled with hope. This is the first sentence. The second sentence is, whether you want to take revenge or fight, you can go through any of the forces in the Dao League. However, you can't touch the Yun family, who has the deepest hatred for you. Swa Xiaoduo frowned and said, Moyan, I know you're tough and stubborn and you're angry now. However, if you still treat me as your boss, you have to listen to me and don't act rashly. Yu Moyan pondered and said, of course I'll listen to you. If you don't want me to touch them, I won't touch them. But if the Yun family comes, can't I touch them? Don't cross the clouds after wind and rain. You're the one who took the initiative. Swa Xiaoduo said, as long as you're not the one who took the initiative, it's a different matter. Oh, I understand. Yu Moyan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and said, in my life, unless I can't reach the peak, I won't let either of the Feng and Yun families go. Swa Xiaoduo smiled and said, after this matter, you two can go to the Black Water Coast to gain experience. The Black Water Coast. Yu Moyin and Dugu Yen murmured at the same time when they heard the name of the place. They were both inexplicably surprised. Because their original plan was to come to White Mountain to gain experience. After reaching the peak of the Cloud Transformation Realm, they would go to the Black Water Coast to kill the monster kings that were wreaking havoc there. But at this moment, Xiao Duo was the one who said it. Well, your opportunity should be in the Black Water Coast, not White Mountain. Xiao Duo said, I don't know more about the specific opportunity, but you two can do whatever you want when you get there. Yu Moyin and Dugu Yen nodded seriously. What they didn't know was that there was something Xiao Duo didn't say. If Yu Moyin passed through the Black Water Coast and really got his opportunity, he would become the nightmare of everyone in the mainland. The road ahead of him was endless. It was a pure opportunity with monstrous killing intent. But Xiao Duo felt that Yu Moyin could handle it by himself. After all, he was taking Dugu Yen with him this time. With his lover by his side, Yu Moyin would naturally try his best to control his mind and not be affected by the killing intent. If Dugu Yen couldn't handle it, then Xiao Duo would find another way in the future. There would be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. Be careful of villains. Try to avoid contact with people as much as possible. Beware of spies. If possible, get married as soon as possible. Xiao Duo said to Yu Moyin and Dugu Yen. Dugu Yen blushed immediately. Yu Moyin also widened his eyes, but when he saw Xiaoduo's serious face, he immediately knew that Xiao Duo wasn't joking. Yu Moyin said, in that case, after this matter is over, we'll go back to Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy and discuss it with the elders. If they don't have any objections, I won't wait for the Continental War or the Sun-Moon Pass to become famous. I'll get married first and then start my career. Dugu Yen's face was flushed red, and she lowered her head. Xiao Duo rolled his eyes, and the aura of a swindler instantly turned into the charm of a wretched man. Ha, Moyin, has anyone ever told you that your appearance is passable, but you're dreaming? Do you think your mother-in-law will agree immediately after you say it? She's been painstakingly raising this fresh cabbage for more than 10 years, and a pig like you wants to take it. Xiao Duo said disdainfully, and you're a black pig. Yu Moyin's tanned face showed a trace of embarrassment, and he blurted out angrily, so what if I'm a black pig? Can't a black pig take cabbage? A black pig is still a pig. Dugu Yen hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. Yu Moyin's words were very smooth, and he was done in an instant. Then, he regretted it so much that he wanted to slap his own mouth. Xiao Duo laughed so hard that he fell down. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Yu Moyin admitted that he's a pig. A black pig is still a pig. Wise words, popular and thought-provoking. Before he finished speaking, loud laughter was heard. Li Chenglong and the others appeared. I heard it, a black pig. Yes, a black pig wants to take cabbage. And his mother-in-law hasn't agreed yet. This black pig seems to be very confident. Ho ho. I've seen it today. Someone actually admitted that he's a pig, and a black pig at that. Yu Moyin was furious, and he rushed up to fight with everyone. While they were fighting, Xiaoduo's eyebrows twitched. Xiaolong flew back with an excited look on his face. How could Xiaoduo's attention not be attracted by the way he was so excited that he looked like he was about to jump up and down? This kid, did he discover something good? Chapter 9:13. Of course, others still couldn't see Xiaolong jumping for joy. Xiaolong flew back like a dragon. Then, it could be seen that this guy couldn't hold back his excitement. He actually danced in front of Duo. Shaking his head and wagging his tail, he danced for a while and stood on the grassland looking at the capital. Xiaolong had secretly learned that when Xiaoyan danced. Now, he was so excited that he danced coquettishly for a while. But Duo felt like he was going blind. Who had seen a dragon dance? With a few paws and a round body, it was fine if he was learning to dance like a beautiful woman, but this guy was actually throwing flirtatious glances at her, beaming with joy, twisting his body like a fried dough twist, and even had a coquettish look on his face that he was even laughing. Indescribably wretched, indescribable. Duo shut himself up on the spot. He even suspected that the next time Nyan Cat danced this dance, he would be reminded of today's scene the moment he admired it. It's over, it's crazy, the consequences are far-reaching. What are you doing? Master's was face darkened. Something good. Something good. Celebrate, celebrate. Xiaolong continued to dance, almost dancing with his belly facing the sky. Duo suddenly closed his eyes and flashed backwards, disappearing without a trace. He found a secluded place and entered the Tower of Annihilation. Xiaolong, who had entered the Tower of Annihilation, was still dancing gently. He seemed to be really happy, proud, and high-spirited. Ow! 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 Stop dancing. Duo felt that he would be cut off from this classic dance in the future. Even if Nyan Cat took the initiative to dance for him, Duo would only think of a certain dancing dragon. Such a bad influence would be hard to erase, and it would be hard to get rid of forever. I'm so happy today. Oh. Xiaolong danced gently like water. Another dance. What the hell? Duo's face was a tragic sight. Are you crazy? Long, do you still want Didi? As soon as he heard the beeping sound, Xiaolong immediately stopped his beautiful dance and landed in front of Duo. However, he was still shaking his head and wagging his tail. Obviously, his excitement had not completely faded. Big boss, we're really lucky today. Ow wow. Ha ha ha. I found something good, roar. Xiaolong raised his head and brayed. Duo sighed and looked weakly at Xiaolong, who was so excited that he was talking incoherently. What's the matter? I say, with your excitement. When will it pass? Should I go out first? Why don't you talk about it after you've vented yourself inside? Duo said so, but in fact, how could he bear to go out? He, who had always loved money as much as his life, saw that Xiaolong had obviously found something earth-shattering. Otherwise, Xiaolong wouldn't be so excited and so smug. Xiaolong had found a lot of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures in the past, and the number of treasures he had found was not just a little bit. The number was so large that it could be said to be shocking, but they had never seen Xiaolong so excited, and even his mood did not seem to be affected at all. However, this time, it could be said that he had completely lost his composure. It was obvious that the thing he had found this time was definitely not a small matter. However, what kind of good thing was it? Duo's curiosity was now aroused, and his heart was itching. How could he really go out? However, when Xiaolong heard Duo say that he wanted to go out, he could not help but be shocked and immediately landed. His body was still trembling, and it seemed that he could not help but show signs of moving rhythmically. However, he managed to suppress it and control the impulse to fly out. Boss, there really is something good this time. It's something good. Tell me, what kind of good thing is it? Look at your ignorant face. Duo's dignified face darkened, and his words were sonorous as he lectured a certain dragon. Xiaolong did a somersault and said, "There are 4 good things hidden here. Compared to these 4 good things, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spiritual plants and spiritual herbs are nothing but fart." Oh. Sua Xiaoduo's interest was getting higher. The first thing is currently in the hands of a Bai Yen. It's a fan. That fan is a very good thing. It contains the power of fate, the power of life, and the traces of the Great Way. Of course, although it's already very good, it's still nothing. However, if it's taken into the space-destroying tower and integrated with it, it will greatly promote the formation of the space-destroying tower's fate and the Great Way of Heaven. The second thing is also in the hands of a Bai Yen. It's a picture. Xiaolong spoke with fervor and assurance. However, when he was talking about the fan and the picture, Xiaolong's tone was still very calm. It seemed that this fan, although pleasing to Xiaolong's eyes, was just a so-so. In other words, this thing was not the main culprit that made Xiaolong lose his composure and dance. Therefore, Sua Xiaoduo followed suit and said calmly, "The third thing. The third thing is that there's another cave under the white-headed mountain. Boss, oh. There's the essence of the green dragon inside. If I'm not wrong, it should be the green dragon, one of the 4 divine beasts under the demon emperor. If it didn't die here, then it should be the cave of the green dragon deity." Xiaolong's tone was now slightly excited. The green dragon deity under the demon emperor. Sua Xiaoduo was instantly energized. The first thing he thought of was that Li Chenglong had obtained demon commander in Zhao's cave residence. What about this green dragon deity? Sua Xiaoduo asked with great interest. This green dragon deity is very powerful. Xiaolong said, "But it has nothing to do with you, boss." Sua Xiaoduo frowned. "What do you mean?" "That's right. He's not good enough for you. The essence of the green dragon deity is very compatible with the constitution and cultivation method of your other brother, that Long Yuxing. Moreover, dragons are. That's why they're born with the attribute of dual cultivation method," Xiaolong said. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. He remembered that he had talked to Long Yuxing before. It seemed that Long Yuxing's family cultivation method was related to the legendary green dragon. According to legend, once the descendants of the Long family activated the green dragon bloodline, they would be able to meet the requirements of the cultivation method to the greatest extent, and their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. However, this legend was just a legend. Long Yuxing's family had not produced a descendant who was compatible with the family's cultivation method for many generations. As a result, the once famous Long family gradually declined. Even in a small border city like Phoenix City, they were only a third-rate family. Until the birth of Long Yuxing, who cultivated the family's cultivation method, his compatibility with it far exceeded that of the other family members. However, it was still far from the so-called rapid progress, which made the elders of the Long family feel hopeful, but they were still disappointed. Even so, Long Yuxing still became the chief of the class, surpassing Wan Lixiu, the daughter of the governor of Phoenix City. Since coming to this half-mountain city, Long Yuxing more or less looked a little absent-minded. Could it be because of this? So, if Long Yuxing can be like Li Chenglong and soar to the sky in one step? Sua Xiaoduo was speechless. But is there any benefit for me here? After thinking for a long time and being excited for a long time, he realized that this was Long Yuxing's good opportunity. He suddenly became angry. He glared at Xiaolong fiercely. "You brought good news, but this good news has little to do with me. Could it be that you're deliberately provoking me? You know that I value money as much as my life, but you want to give such good fortune to others. This little dragon's conscience is really bad, really bad." Yes. Xiaolong beamed with delight and said, "The biggest opportunity one found this time is bosses. Otherwise, why would I be so happy? If it wasn't for boss, I wouldn't have gotten any benefits." He looked around sneakily in the Tower of Annihilation and said, "Boss, do you remember the ancient legend?" "Ancient legend? What ancient legend?" Sua Xiao Duo was stunned. "It's the legend of the Azure Dragon Celestial Master and the other 4 divine beasts." Xiaolong said, "I saw in the ancient books, myths, and legends. Back then, the 4 divine beasts, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, were formed with the help of the heavenly Tao. The 4 divine beasts were all innate life forms, which led to the invincible legend of the 4 divine beasts. As for the legends of the 4 great divine beasts, what moves me the most, and what I am certain of, is that they all possess the power of creation." Xiaolong's eyes sparkled. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes also lit up. "The power of creation. What is that? Tell me in detail." Xiaolong laughed and said, "The so-called power of creation is an existence that surpasses the power of fate. It can be called the real power of heaven and earth. As for you, boss, the incomplete jade pendant on your body contains the power of creation." Sua Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly widened. "Broken jade pendant. The power of creation." "Yes." Xiaolong did a somersault in excitement and said, "Now I know that the reason why the Azure Dragon Celestial Master fell or disappeared is probably because of the power of creation. Because not far from the Azure Dragon Celestial Master Spirit, there is a broken jade pendant fragment. I think that jade pendant fragment was originally one with the one on boss. Judging from the marks, it should be 1/5 of the complete jade pendant, at a corner." Sua Xiaoduo couldn't sit still anymore. "Really? Of course it's true. Boss, it was because you had the power of the jade pendant that I came here." Xiaolong was very surprised that Sua Xiaoduo was making a fuss out of nothing. He even became a little proud. "Didn't you say? Back then, you came because you were impressed by my charisma?" Sua Xiaoduo stared at him and asked. "Ah." Xiaolong was stunned. Did he just say something wrong? How long has it been, and you still remember? But these words, could they be taken seriously? Besides, what did he mean by impressed by his charisma? Did Sua have any charisma to speak of? It would be true if he said that he was often humiliated by him. Chapter 9:14. However, Xiaolong would never say this out loud even if he was beaten to death. "Boss, why do you have to delve into the past? Isn't it fine as long as I'm good and you're better?" Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee hee. Xiaolong smiled flatteringly. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Sua Xiaoduo was also smiling, but it was a very malicious smile. That smile inexplicably made Xiaolong's hair stand on end and he shuddered. Hee hee. A man and a dragon smiled at each other. One smiled guiltily, and the other smiled guiltily. "Go on. Go on." Sua Xiaoduo slapped his thigh. Ouch! Xiaolong was so scared that he trembled. The 4 mythical beasts each have their own power attributes, and those powers all have the power of creation. However, more specifically, there are many different opinions, and there is no way to verify it now. However, the 4 mythical beasts are scattered in the 4 directions of the east, west, north, and south, and no legend has ever changed. And the corner of this jade pendant just happens to have a corner. And in terms of the corner, it is very complete. Xiaolong said, "So, boss, we can now speculate that the jade pendant on your body is actually the most important part of the jade pendant." Sua Xiaoduo nodded. Go on, go on. Sua Xiaoduo had already guessed this point that Xiaolong mentioned. Although the broken jade pendant on his body seemed to be round at first glance, there were traces of it being broken all around. Therefore, it was impossible to distinguish its original form at all. Was it square or round? If it was said that one piece was missing in all four directions, it was not just possible, but very likely. Boss, your jade pendant should be the core part in the middle. The four sides are broken, and the center is also broken. However, your jade pendant must be the most important part, which is the so-called main body. Then, as long as we find the other parts of the jade pendant, your jade pendant will be more complete, and it will most likely provide you with new abilities. Now, near the Azure Dragon Soul Essence. There just so happens to be a piece of it made of the same material. I can use it to test it out. Xiaolong was very excited. Boss, you really might be the most mysterious and powerful thing in the ancient legends. The creation plate. Sua Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. The fortune plate. What the hell is that? I've never heard of it. He had never heard of it before. Xiaolong hesitated for a while before saying, this creation plate is said to be a legendary treasure that can create all things. Back then, the heavenly Tao was in chaos, and the entire world was in a state of chaos. Later on, for some reason, the creation plate appeared. Then, the great Tao's soul appeared. The great Tao's soul took something from the creation plate and used it as a foundation to create a treasure. Then, it used this treasure to carry the 3,000 great Taos. After that, the plate of creation shattered due to some unforeseen event. From then on, the sky and earth suddenly appeared. However, this legend is only a legend. There is no way to verify it. Xiaolong said it with difficulty. Although Xiaolong's birth was temporary, it could wander the world as it wished. There was no place it could not enter, and there was no information it could not find. Over time, its entire mind was like a grocery store. Sometimes, it was almost like all kinds of information were fighting. Even Xiaolong himself could not tell which was right and which was wrong, which was true, and which was just parroting. At this moment, when Sua Xiaoduo asked, it could only tell which was right and which was wrong, which was true, and which was false. What else? Sua Xiaoduo was very interested in the legend of the creation plate. He wished that the broken jade pendant in his hand was really a part of the creation plate. Sua Xiaoduo had never figured out what the broken jade pendant in front of his chest was. He had looked up a lot of information in many ancient books and records, but he could not find anything. Over time, he had to put it aside temporarily. Now that Xiaolong mentioned it again by chance, he was naturally very interested and wanted to know the truth. Other than that, it's completely a legend. It can't be true. Xiaolong said, according to the unofficial history. When the ancient gods were sealed, the soul of the great Tao cut off a piece of the creation plate and made 3 treasures. The first is the apricot flag, the second is the investiture of the gods, and the third is the imperial spirit whip. These 3 treasures each have their own mysteries. The first one repels all evil and is invulnerable to all spells. The second one grants the heavens and earth and ascends to the ranks of gods. As for the third one, once the whip is out, all the gods bow down. Xiaolong said, but these are all stories. Most of them are not true. They are very mysterious and mysterious. However, Sua Xiaoduo's heart palpitated with fear. He could not help but think of the various dreams he had in the past. In his dreams, the whole universe exploded. Also, in the world of his dreams, there seemed to be a book called The Investiture of the Gods. That apricot flag, the investiture of the gods, the imperial spirit whip, and so on. He seemed to have an impression of them. There seemed to be something else, but he could not remember clearly. All of a sudden, a lot of new information that he had hidden deep in his heart in the past flooded his mind, causing his mind to be in a mess in an instant. It was as if his mind was in a mess. The creation plate, the 3,000 great Tau, the apricot flag, the investiture of the gods, the imperial spirit whip, the tomb of King Chi. The phoenix vein rushing to the soul. The dragon and the phoenix cry. The phoenix cry mountain Chi. The celestial form technique. Countless information came one after another, undulating and spiraling. Sua Xiaoduo felt his head swelling and pain, and he could faintly see stars darting around in front of his eyes. Sua Xiaoduo knew that things were not good. Cultivators who had entered the Tao were most afraid of having their minds in disorder. Once their minds were unsettled, there was a possibility of them going berserk. Their inner breath would be in disorder, their spirit would go berserk, and their primordial spirit would lose its order. Everything was possible, and it was not a small matter. As his thoughts raced, he hurriedly closed his eyes and absorbed a bit of fate into his glabella. He tried hard to breathe in and out, circulating his energy to regulate his breathing. The flaming sun scripture was also operating at full force. The clouds and mist in his dantian swirled, as if heaven and earth were turning upside down, and the universe was overturned. After a long, long time, Sua Xiaoduo's mind finally became clear again, and he did not feel uncomfortable at all. Even his spirit felt much more relaxed. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Long looking at him anxiously. "I'm fine." Sua Xiaoduo grinned. "Then, where are these things now?" "The incomplete jade pendant is under the White Mountain." Xiao Long said, "Of course, there are a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but they are not too advanced. We can take them away later. However, in the depths of the White Mountain City, there is a piece of ancient mysterious ice. It is estimated that in the ancient times, when the world first snowed, a lot of ice spirits died down there. After countless years of immersion, the mysterious ice below is like a mountain and a sea. And the quality is relatively high." Xiao Long said with a flattering face, "Boss, didn't you say that sister-in-law Nian had used up all her ice spirit objects? This piece of ancient mysterious ice should be suitable for use. The quantity alone is enough to last her for a long time. Even if the little ice spirit eats freely, it can last her for a few years." Mysterious ice. Ancient ice spirits. There are a lot of them. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes lit up when he heard that. "That's right. Boss, you asked me to find these things for sister-in-law Nian. How can I not pay attention to it?" Xiao Long made a very indifferent expression and said, "Although it is hard for me, it is my duty to solve your problems for you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will naturally do it. As for the rest, you can reward me as you see fit. As for these mysterious ice, don't reward me too much." Xiao Long looked at Sua Xiaoduo eagerly and spoke very passionately, as if he was a gentleman who would die for his bosom friend. Sua Xiaoduo was very moved and sighed, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Long. It is rare for you to be so considerate. In this case, the reward for harvesting the mysterious ice. Then I won't give it to you. It will make up for my consumption just now. Since you are so considerate of your sister-in-law, I should give you some more. But this time, I will take it from you." Xiao Long's eyes widened. He shut himself up on the spot. "What the hell? Take it from me? What the hell? Fuck. Boss, how can you do this? I'm just retreating in order to advance that I thought that this batch of rewards would be the most generous. But in the end, there's not even a drop left. I'll be polite. With one sentence. Why do I have to go with the flow? Go with the flow. Go with the flow. Go with the flow. Go with the flow. What do you mean by go with the flow? Tears gushed out of Xiao Long's big eyes as he sobbed, boss, sob, 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 sob. Sua Xiao Duo poked Xiao Long's forehead with his finger. Xiao Long immediately staggered and scolded, little guy, how dare you play mind games with me? Are you like this? Boss, I was wrong. Xiao Long hugged Sua Xiaoduo's thigh with his two paws and burst into tears. I can't do without your deity. I will lose my motivation to do things. Sob, sob, sob. Get up. What's wrong with you? Sua Xiaoduo snorted, as long as the information is true, you will be rewarded. The emperor will not starve his soldiers, let alone me. As long as your information is correct, you will be rewarded. Thank you, boss. Boss is mighty, boss is domineering. Xiao Long immediately stood up and did not dare to pretend to be obedient anymore. Well, you mentioned that there are 4 good things here that you like. Those heavenly treasures are not worth mentioning. The 4th thing is those mysterious ice. Sua Xiaoduo asked casually. The treasures that Xiao Long mentioned already satisfied Sua Xiaoduo, especially those ancient mysterious ice. Sua Xiaonian was in need of such resources to assist her cultivation. No, no, no. Although the ancient mysterious ice is also the best, the mysterious ice is not the best. There are actually 2 dragon veins below. Xiao Long's eyes sparkled, the dragon veins that have the aura of life. Sua Xiaoduo frowned, here. Or there. Here. Xiao Long said. Here. Sua Xiaoduo hesitated for a while and said with heartache, forget it. Since it's from the astral soul's continent. I won't take it. There are things that a gentleman should do and things that he should not do. Sigh. I am such an upright and righteous person. I will lose a lot of money. For a moment, his heart ached. However, Sua Xiaoduo also knew that the existence of the dragon veins was one of the biggest factors in the White Mountain Blackwater's talented people. He really could not take it away. Chapter 9:15. Sua Xiaoduo sighed deeply and said, Xiao Long, if we can't take the dragon vein here, wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? It's really a waste to travel tens of thousands of miles. Xiao Long was a little dumbfounded. Why did they make a wasted trip? They had done so many things here and found so many treasures. Why did they make a wasted trip? Sua Xiaoduo's train of thought was a little novel. Sua Xiaoduo said, but no matter what, we can't make a wasted trip. How about this, if you have nothing to do, why don't you go to the other side, which is the mainland of the Tao League, and see if there are any earth veins, dragon veins, or something. If you see something pleasing to the eye, you can break a few and drag them back. Master Zhua concluded, there's a good saying, gather grass and beat rabbits, while you're at it, dig sweet potatoes while you're at it, catch grasshoppers while you're at it. Xiao Long stared with his big round eyes. Tao League? Yes. As long as it's from there, no matter how many you drag back, it's what you should do. There will be rewards and salaries. Sua Xiaoduo promised crazily. Xiao Long's eyes lit up. Beep beep. Sua Xiaoduo said, of course, beep beep, big beep beep. Xiao Long was so excited that he dashed out with a swoosh. He shook his head and wagged his tail, howling to the sky and dancing away beautifully. Beep beep, I'm coming. Sua Xiaoduo sweated. Then he secretly told himself that he must get more providence points. Otherwise he promised to give Xiao Long a salary and bonus, which would soon make him bankrupt. Xiao Long's desire for beep beep was more persistent and urgent than his desire for wealth. He had to think about it and put it into action as quickly as possible. He didn't know if this promise he made today was a blessing or a curse. The only thing he was sure of was that he had to work harder to read people's fortune. Sigh, how could he forget to read the fortune of those people when he went out to cause trouble in Baishan City yesterday? This concerned the lives and deaths of thousands of people. All of them were real, and a bloody calamity was about to come. How could he forget that this was truly a case of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? What a waste of God's gifts and a missed opportunity. With a flash, Xiao Duo was already out of the Tower of Annihilation. Suddenly, he felt a murderous aura coming from the other side. Xiaoyan's chilly aura seemed to fill the air. His heart skipped a beat. He left in a flash. Over there. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and all of the teachers and staff of Jade Sun High Martial Arts were all gathered in this hidden location. With Li Chenglong's formation concealment and the help of the old principal, Han Wankue, who was also skilled in formations, the outside world could not see that so many people were hidden in this place. But now, the concealment of the array formation had been directly broken. On Mount Pu Guan, Guan Shanhe and the other two flying cultivators crossed their arms in front of their chests as they stood in the air, looking down at the people below. On their faces was a cold smile that said, "I've finally caught you all." On the ground, Xiaoyan's white clothes fluttered, her long hair danced. She held the Spirit Snatcher sword in her hand, her chilly aura soaring to the sky, her chilly aura filling the air. Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and the others were also holding their weapons, waiting for battle. Xiaoyan's voice sounded coldly, "If you want to fight, come down." Standing in the air and pretending to be mysterious, who can you scare? Mount Pu Guan's eyes were filled with hatred, like a poisonous snake sweeping across everyone. "Where is Xiao Duo?" Li Chenglong smiled faintly. "Why don't we exchange questions? You answer me, how did you find this place? Then I'll tell you, where is my Zhua?" Li Chenglong had studied the terrain, the mountain, and the spatial aura of this place. After considering all kinds of factors, he had set up a concealment formation to cover the entire campsite. It could be said that if one didn't know about the existence of the concealment formation, even if they directly passed through the campsite, they wouldn't notice anything strange. This was also the reason why White Mountain City hadn't discovered the existence of this place in the previous battles. Jade Sun High School's old principal, Han Wankue, had studied formations all his life. He was also amazed by Li Chenglong's arrangement. Even with his attainments in formations and knowing about the existence of the formation, he was only able to find a few small loopholes. After patching up these small loopholes, the old principal praised the current formation for being perfect and flawless. However, at this moment, Mount Pu Guan's group had directly rushed here. The first thing they did was to join hands with the four ascendants to lock down the space. Then, they forcefully broke through the formation's protective barrier, causing everything on their side to be exposed. This was something that shouldn't have happened. The only explanation was there was a spy who told everyone's location to White Mountain City. Only then could they follow the map and find their target. Apart from this, there was no other explanation. Mount Pu Guan said coldly, "You're about to die. Even if you know the answer to this question, it's useless." However, facing Xiaoyan's spirit-seizing sword, he felt the chilling killing intent coming from it. His heart was faintly shaken. Last night, it was under this sword that Pu Guanshan had almost lost his life. There was no way to return his soul. He knew better than anyone that the beautiful sword in Xiaoyan's hand was truly earth-shattering. When killing someone, it didn't even need the blade to touch the body. Just the sword chi was enough to freeze the soul and turn it into dust, heavily injuring an ascendant. Li Chenglong said indifferently, "Even if you don't say it, I know the answer to this question. It's nothing more than someone leaking information for you. What I'm interested to know is, where is that person right now?" At this moment, Li Chenglong's eyes were filled with chilling killing intent. With his wisdom, he didn't need Mount Pu Guan to answer. He had already figured out the key point and was even more sure of who the problem was. Jun Chongkong. There was no other person who could do this except for Jun Chongkong. Sui Xiaoyan frowned. Since you've all come here, it's nothing more than a life and death battle. What are you waiting for? Come and fight. Suddenly, her white robe fluttered in the air. Sword light flashed, and the sword chi suddenly cut through the void. One person and one sword radiated light in the air. This girl was obviously angered by the other party's pretentious attitude. Each of you is condescending and looking down on us. Do you think you're so great? Do you think you have the situation under control? Threaten. I don't accept it. Let's make a conclusion after the battle. Let's see if you can kill us first, or if I can kill you all. This was Sui Xiaoyan's character. She never accepted threats. His usual cold persona could freeze his heart and lungs, seal the world in ice, and make people feel lonely at the top. No one could tell, but when something happened, this kind of straightforward personality would unconsciously show the extreme side of his unyielding nature. The main purpose of Mount Pu Guan and the others' trip was to issue a letter of challenge. However, they had been miserably schemed against before. It was rare for them to reverse the situation. Naturally, before issuing the letter of challenge, they had to threaten them to the greatest extent to show that they had already grasped their weakness. At the same time, if they dared not to do as they said, they would attack the people around them. This was a further threat. But Pu Guanshan would never have thought that this dazzlingly beautiful young girl, who was supposed to be a smart person who could judge the situation, would actually have such a fiery temper. He didn't even have time to threaten them. Without saying anything, she directly rushed up. What the fuck is the point of fighting here? Even if we can win, it's not in our interests. The two Dao Alliance skysoars furrowed their brows when they saw the sudden change in the situation. We just came to show our faces. We didn't say we were going to fight, right? They didn't know that Sui Xiaoyan had just been taught that as long as there was no feeling of being pressured from all sides, she should just be reckless. It was also because of this that Sui Xiaoyan was unprecedentedly confident in her combat strength. Currently, she didn't feel that she couldn't resist at all. Of course, she wanted to be reckless. Wait! Mount Pu Guan yelled. Then, he asked again, where's Sui Xiaoduo? Where's Sui Xiaoduo? Sui Xiaoyan had already rushed up to him. Stop shouting. Don't call for Sui Xiaoduo. I can decide anything about him. It's no use looking for him. He doesn't have the final say. Below, Li Chenglong and the others almost spat out. This sentence really made them cough cough, so surprised and envious of boss's family status. Hearing this, Sui Xiaoduo immediately rushed out. Wait. I'm here. If I let this girl continue, I'll lose my position in the family. He shouted anxiously, I can decide. However, Mount Pu Guan had already been sent flying with blood spurting out. Although Sui Xiaoyan was talking, her attack didn't stop at all. The soul-snatching sword was fully unleashed. As the castellan of White Mountain City, Mount Pu Guan naturally stood at the front and bore the brunt of the attack. He hadn't recovered from his serious injuries yet. Facing Sui Xiaoyan's full attack, how could he resist? He tried his best to resist and was sent flying. Blood spurted out from his mouth. In mid-air, he turned into a blood-red ice block and fell down one by one. Then, he heard Sui Xiaoduo shout. Pu Guanshan was so angry that he wanted to die. Why don't you come out earlier? If you had come out a second earlier, I wouldn't have had to take this attack. Xiao Duo anxiously rushed into the air and stopped the other 3 Skysoar realm experts who were about to attack Xiaoyan. He shouted angrily, "What are you doing? You want to win with numbers. What are you doing here?" As he said that, his face was as calm as water. He looked at Xiaoyan anxiously and said, "Why aren't you retreating? How can you talk to me like that?" Xiaoyan snorted and almost kicked him down. However, under the watchful eyes of so many people, she felt that she should at least give him some face. She said aggrievedly, "All right." Whoosh. She went down. Xiao Duo was originally worried. When he saw that Xiaoyan had really retreated, he immediately became spirited. He felt that his manly aura had reached its peak. In an instant, he shook his head and wagged his tail. His aura suddenly rose to the sky. Oh. Chapter 9:16. Under everyone's watchful eyes. For a moment, Xiaoduo's body exuded an imposing aura that said, "In this world, who else can do it but me?" It directly surged out majestically, rolling and rolling as it dissipated. At this moment, Xiaoduo was like the flood witch, with a monstrous and earth-shattering aura. If the higher-ups were here, they would probably sigh and say, "This kid has the potential to be invincible in the future." No one would have thought that such an imposing aura was actually because his wife had given him face once, and that was all. Guan Shanhe flew into a rage, his tongue bursting with spring thunder as he said, "Xiaoduo, what's the meaning of this? We came here with sincerity. Although we broke your concealment array, we didn't kill you. Otherwise, how many of you do you think would have survived? This is already a great kindness, a great friendship. You destroyed our White Mountain City the moment you came. Now, we came here with sincerity to talk, but you didn't say anything and directly killed us. Don't you think that's too much?" Xiaoduo laughed loudly. "Are you trying to reason with me? You're actually trying to reason with me." Guan Shanhe was furious. "Are you trying to be unreasonable?" "Oh, ho, 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 ho." Xiaoduo looked up to the sky and laughed wildly like a villain. "Why don't you go out and ask around? When have I, Xiaoduo, ever been reasonable in my life?" As soon as he said this, not only Guan Shanhe, but the other 2 Dao League fairies were also stunned and showed signs of being confused. This wasn't right. No, it wasn't not right, it was too wrong. We've been accusing you with certainty, and we've been expressing our goodwill, but in fact, we've been avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. We've been deceiving ourselves. Everyone knows, everyone understands, and everyone knows that the reason is on your side. When the reason wasn't on your side, it was still acceptable for you to be unreasonable. But when the reason was clearly on your side, how could you still be unreasonable? What kind of reason was this? Don't hesitate, you heard it right. You're absolutely right. Xiaoduo laughed maniacally, "I'm not the one to reason with. Naturally, I won't reason with others. Because if I can't reason with them, I'll feel guilty. So, I can only entrust everything to my fists. When reason is on my side, I don't need to be reasonable. Apart from the fact that it's not necessary, in the end, I still have to entrust everything to my fist. No matter what the reason is, in the end, we still have to fight. What are you trying to show off for?" Xiaoduo tilted his head and stretched his neck with a nonchalant attitude. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" The 3 of them were speechless for a long time. Damn it. This is the first time I've seen such a person in my life. Guan Shanhe took a deep breath and shouted, "Xiaoduo, don't be too arrogant." "Xiaoduo, so what if I'm arrogant?" "You're too arrogant. Don't be too arrogant." "Of course I can be arrogant." Down below, Principal Han Wankue felt that something was wrong. What the fuck was this supposed to mean? In the future, it seemed that he had to advise the higher-ups to change the title of the head of the high school to the principal instead of principal. High in the sky, they exchanged insults for half a minute. Guan Shanhe was so angry that his mouth and eyes were crooked. Sui Xiaoduo became more and more dignified. Instead of being offended, he was in high spirits and had high morale. What do you want? Sui Xiaoduo shouted angrily, and his voice shook the sky. Say it. Don't stutter like a girl. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener understood. Down below, among the teachers and staff of Jade Sun High School, many old men understood what he meant, and their faces showed wretched expressions. Guan Shanhe said sternly, Now, Sui Xiaoduo, you've killed tens of thousands of people in Baishan City. The hatred between us is as deep as the ocean, and we won't rest until one of us is dead. However, it has nothing to do with the people here. We don't have any intention to kill, but we're all martial artists. Why don't we just settle all our grudges in the way of martial artists? Sui Xiaoduo dug his ears and said impatiently, Be straightforward. What do you want to do? You've said so much, and you're so annoying. Do you think I can't tell that you're threatening me with the elders and young masters of Jade Sun High School? Guan Shanhe's anger surged like a mountain. Sui Xiaoduo, do you dare to fight? Sui Xiaoduo made a prompt decision. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Guan Shanhe roared, In that case, tomorrow at noon, we'll fight at Crying Ghost Cliff. Let's fight. Sui Xiaoduo was very straightforward. Each side will send 10 people to fight to the death. Guan Shanhe was full of vigor. Let's settle our grudges in this battle. No. Sui Xiaoduo immediately objected. Guan Shanhe was stunned. He almost thought that he heard wrong. No. You were so impassioned when you wanted to fight and kill just now. Sui Xiaoduo said directly, 10 battles won't do. Then how do you want to fight? Guan Shanhe was a little confused. We have 700 people on our side. Let's fight 3,500 battles. Sui Xiaoduo roared, 3,500 battles, let's settle our grudges. Pfft. Li Chenglong and the other juniors immediately spat out a mouthful of saliva. The others also had a hard time holding back their laughter. Sui was really. Guan Shanhe was stunned on the spot and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Not only him, but even Puguanshan, who had flown back and was panting, and the other 2 Dao League High Heavens fighters were also stunned. 3,500 battles. What? What was this saying? Do you really want to drag us all here until the end of time? What? What do you mean by this? Guan Shanhe was confused. You want to vent your anger too, we want to vent our anger too. We have fewer people and you have more people, so we have to work harder and fight 5 battles each. Sui Xiaoduo said, or we can do as you said and fight 10 battles. After 10 battles, we will immediately fight everyone. Sui Xiaoduo raised his arms and shouted, You can do such a despicable thing, and you still want to act like a victim. We are even more pissed off. So, 10 battles is absolutely out of the question. You want to only fight 10 battles. The rest of you will be safe. Everything will be fine. You all don't look that good, but you sure are dreaming. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Since you are so indignant, let's fight with real swords and spears. After 10 battles, we will fight once and settle our grudges with 1 battle. Sui Xiaoduo said coldly, Call out all of you who can still move. Are you angry? We don't even have a place to vent our anger. Everyone, let's use this opportunity to vent. This is the best way for a martial artist to handle things. Guan Shanhe had never thought that Sui Xiaoduo would propose such a method of battle. Sui Xiaoduo would obviously be at a disadvantage if they were to use this method. No, they would be at a huge disadvantage. It was very likely that they would all be wiped out after the battle. Did Sua Xiaoduo think wrongly? Did he say something wrong? Looking down, Jade Sun, Gao Wu, and the rest were all stunned. Guan Shanhe suddenly felt that he was in a difficult position. Did you say something wrong? How am I supposed to respond to this? Above, Yun Piaoliu and the rest who had been hiding with their folding fans almost jumped up. This Sua Xiaoduo might have amazing combat strength, but deep down, he was a retard. It seemed that God was fair after all. He was given amazing combat strength, but he was not given a good brain. Say yes. Say yes. Yun Piaoliu could not wait to send a voice transmission to Guan Shanhe. You must reject this plan. Yun Piaoliu was sending a voice transmission to Guan Shanhe, while Feng Wuhan was sending a voice transmission to Pu Guanshan. Their voices were full of urgency. Say yes. Say yes. Guan Shanhe hesitated for a moment, then finally shouted, "All right. That's what you said. Let's do it." On the other side, Pu Guanshan also agreed, "All right. Let's do it." Sua Xiaoduo laughed and said viciously, "Pu Guanshan, you have committed a heinous crime. The day of the final battle will be the day you pay the price." Pu Guanshan's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Sua Xiaoduo and gloomily said, "Sua Xiaoduo, you shameless dog, executioner whose hands are stained with blood. My entire family, old and young, died in your hands alone. You killed so many innocent people. Do you think you will have a good ending?" Sua Xiaoduo chuckled and spread out his hands. "Hey, old Pu, you're looking down on me. Not only did I kill your family, but 90% of the people in White Mountain City died in my hands. Old Pu, you probably don't know, but when the city fell, the blood splashed high into the air. It was spectacular. How do you say it again? It was a spectacle, yes, it was a spectacle, it was breathtaking." Pu Guanshan was trembling, his eyes were wide open. "You." Sua Xiaoduo chuckled, "If there's anything pitiful, it's that I didn't know which pile was yours. Otherwise, I would have helped you collect them. No matter what, it's better than them rotting together now." Pu Guanshan's entire body trembled. He hissed, "Sua Xiaoduo, are you still human?" Sua Xiaoduo sneered, "I can't compare to you, old Pu. You've harmed so many lovers. What would their parents be like if they were killed by you? Now, someone killed your family, and you can't stand it. You can't stand it." Sua Xiaoduo laughed, "How much do you feel? Tell me. I'm not afraid to tell you that we are happy as much as you are sad." "How happy? How straightforward. I didn't want to be reasonable, and I didn't want to scold you, but I couldn't help it. Are your family even human? Don't you care about other people's family?" Sua Xiaoduo laughed and rushed to the sky. "This time, I directly destroyed Baishan City and killed thousands of people. I admit that I killed innocent people, but I knew there were innocent people down there. Why did I do it? Because you people in Baishan City have never cared about the innocent." Sua Xiaoduo laughed happily. "Then why should I care about your innocent people? I did it on purpose. Let me tell you, Pu Guanshan, I did it on purpose. From the beginning to the end, I didn't plan to leave anyone alive in Baishan City. Even if there are sins, I will bear them, so what?" Chapter 9:17. Pu Guanshan choked. How could he be so vicious? Sua Xiaoduo, you will get your retribution. Sua Xiaoduo laughed, I don't know if I will get my retribution, but I am sure that you will. Ha ha ha. Pu Guanshan, I killed all your family members. Are you sad? Come and kill me. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. You don't have the ability. You useless piece of trash. Other than betraying, other than scheming, what else do you know? What else do you know? Sua Xiaoduo laughed wildly. Looking at Pu Guanshan's crazy eyes, he said disdainfully, tomorrow, the final battle. Can you kill me? Do you think you can kill me? Pui. I look down on you. Idiot. Coward. Coward. You dare to attack me when I scold you. Puff. Pu Guanshan spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and said with hatred, tomorrow afternoon, crying Ghost Cliff. Sua Xiaoduo, victory, defeat, life or death, this battle will be the end of all grudges. Great. Sua Xiaoduo raised his head and looked at the direction of the wind. He laughed, tomorrow afternoon, crying Ghost Cliff. 10 life or death battles, 1 final battle. We are all men, there is no need to be so wishy-washy. Those who can come, this battle will be the end of all grudges. Pu Guanshan and the 2 Dao League fairies shouted at the same time, this battle will be the end of all grudges. Guan Shanhe was too slow to speak. He quickly roared, his voice shaking the sky, this battle. This battle will be the end of all grudges. Ha ha ha. Sua Xiaoduo laughed heartily, he turned around and landed on the ground. The moment he turned around, he sent a telepathic message to Guan Shanhe, find a way to hide your family. Don't let them go to the battlefield tomorrow. After you go there tomorrow, remember not to stand with the others. You can stand at the edge, or near the front line. Guan Shanhe's voice did not change. He had already remembered the instructions. In the sky, Pu Guanshan and the other 3 also turned around and left. Intentionally or unintentionally, Guan Shanhe walked in front of the 4 people. He looked furious and murderous. His eyes were bloodshot, and he could not live under the same sky. Just by looking at their imposing manner, they really couldn't wait to go back to pack up and head to the battlefield for the final battle. When Sua Xiaoduo returned, the old principal of Jade Sun High School immediately came up to him. Little Sua, your decision was a little rash. Li Chenglong quickly stepped forward. Ha ha ha. Old principal, Sua has a plan in mind. Don't worry. The old principal. Do you need any tactical arrangements, formations, and the like? There's no need for that, there's no need for any strategy to deal with those defeated and disorderly mobs. You think too highly of them. Nothing. Nothing. Everyone in Jade Sun High Martial Palace felt as if they were in a mess in the wind. It was as if they had fallen into a fog. Who would arrange the final battle like this? After finalizing the details of the final battle with the enemy, everyone went back to sleep together. Was this conserving energy, or was this a joke? If it was a joke, then it was a joke with all of their lives. Don't worry. Yu Moyan and Dugu Yen were even more confident than Li Chenglong. They comforted the old principal. Don't worry, Sua has always planned before acting. He will never fight a battle that he's not confident in. If he's not confident in winning, he won't even make an agreement with others. But where is the certainty of winning? The old principal was puzzled. It seems that you two know. Yu Moyan was stunned. I don't know. If you don't know, why are you so confident? Isn't this a matter of course? Yu Moyan's answer came from his heart. There was even a hint of doubt in his voice. Can't I be confident just because I don't know? What kind of logic is this? At this point, the old principal was completely speechless. Let's arrange for you to secretly practice battle formations and killing techniques at night. Don't cause more trouble for those kids. Sigh. I hope this Sua is really confident. The old principal frowned. Duke Yushu and Luo Yenling were more confident in their daughter and son-in-law. They went forward to comfort the old principal. Old principal, you don't have to worry too much. Sua Xiaoduo has already shown us too many miracles. I think this time will be no exception. The old principal chuckled. If this can be properly arranged and settled in one battle, I'm also willing to call him Zhua. I'll be sincerely convinced and impressed. The other two teachers beside him sighed. In this battle, we're at an absolute disadvantage compared to the strength of both sides. But we still have to fight head-on with the opponent. If we can still win, or even achieve a complete victory, the opponent will definitely lament that the heavens are blind. So what if the principal calls him Zhua? If we really win, I'm willing to call him Master Zhua. The other one snorted. Forget it. After tomorrow's battle, I think there's a 99% chance that you won't even have the chance to call him master. You'll be shattered into pieces long ago. Even your soul will be shattered. The other person cursed fiercely. What you're saying, if I'm shattered, it's as if you can live well. The person from before retorted, didn't I just smash the windows of your house for a few months? Is there a need for such deep hatred, and bone-deep hatred? Why don't you say that you stole my job title? Did I say anything? When you gave the gift, who did you give it to? Was it the principal? I already knew that the two of you were in cahoots. The two of you wear the same pants. No, are the two of you having an affair? The old principal, who was inexplicably attacked, was so angry that his face turned green. Nonsense, what does this have to do with me? Why is it suddenly related to this old man's head? Li Wanqing, what do you mean by this? Teacher Li Wanqing chuckled. Principal, I'm a straightforward person. Please don't take offense, and please don't blame me for suspecting you. Who doesn't know who you are? You're not a good person either. You're always protecting your old comrades. Do you really think I'm stupid? Anyway, tomorrow's the battle, I'll say whatever I want to say. The old principal looked at him dangerously. Li Wanqing, you should think carefully. It's not too late for you to apologize now. If Suo really has a way to turn the tide. You've completely offended me. When you go back, you won't even be able to resign. Now, as long as you say a word and take back what you just said, I can still let bygones be bygones and be magnanimous. Li Wanqing was scared out of his wits. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that there was no hope for him to survive. His courage burst out again. Principal, you're actually a good person, but you didn't do a good job in evaluating me. I should have been promoted a long time ago. Now that I'm promoted, the next step is to become the vice principal. I'm young, strong, and capable. You were just worried that I would steal your position. So you used your position for personal gain and gave the title to him. I remember now. During that time, you often drank table wine. But how could you be willing to buy such expensive wine before? It must be this guy who gave it to you as a gift. Li Wanqing was proud. My guess is right. Principal, you're jealous of people with ability. For a powerful person like me, a great sage, a great wisdom. It's normal for you to dislike me. I've thought it all out now. Those who don't attract jealousy are mediocre people. I'm really not mediocre. The principal was so angry that his beard was blown up. Bullshit, Li Wanqing. The table wine I drank was given to me by my students after they won a battle. At that time, they sent a whole cart of it over. You even helped to unload it. You bastard, slandering me. How shameless. Li Wanqing was proud. It's useless no matter what you say. Creating the illusion of a delivery. Isn't that easy? Those wine of yours must have been given to you by this bastard Zhao Xiaocheng. Don't explain. Explaining is covering up. Covering up means it's true. If it's true, then the evidence is conclusive. He smacked his lips. That cart of wine, poor me. I only drank 2 bottles. Now that I think about it, I was drinking my own future. No wonder the aftertaste is so sour. The old principal took a deep breath. Li Wanxing, you're finished. Not only am I finished, but all of us are about to die. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Principal, I'll be the first to charge in tomorrow. Li Wanxing was proud. I've been sullen my whole life. I even had to cover my face and secretly smash people's windows. I've never done something like talking back to a leader in my life. Today, I've tried it. It's really satisfying. I've never thought that life could be so satisfying. I can't wait to do it 8 or 10 more times. It's never too much. Li Wanxing's face was full of reminiscence. The old principal was so angry that he was panting. Li Wanxing, I'm not afraid to tell you, kid. Before coming here, I've already reported you to the higher-ups and promoted you. Li Wanxing waved his hand without hesitation. You'd better leave it to Zhao Xiaocheng, who's in a relationship with you. I don't care anymore. After saying that, he raised his head and walked out. It's really satisfying. Although I know you're not that kind of person, I've never talked back to a leader in my life. Now that it's finally time, I have to have some fun, right? Even if I have to throw a bucket of shit at you first, this feeling of slandering others is really too satisfying that even if I've let you down, there's nothing I can do. There's no one more important than you here now. As for the vice principal, I can't talk back to him. If I get beaten up by him before I die, it'll be too much of a loss that it's better to talk back to the principal. It's more satisfying to talk back to the leader. When I'm at the King of Hell's palace, I can recall in my life that I was also a ruthless person who talked back to the leader of my unit when I was working in a certain unit. No, it's cruel. Angry, right? Tomorrow, I'll die, la la la. That he couldn't help but write a poem proudly. I've been weak and bullied all my life. Needless to say, before a battle of life and death. Today I scold the principal to my heart's content, tomorrow I'll laugh at King of Hell. What a good literary talent. Li Wanxing sighed and suddenly felt that his literary talent was soaring. Chapter 9:18. Luo Yanling looked at the old principal's pale face and said worriedly, Old principal, this bastard just wants to talk nonsense before he dies. Don't be angry. The old principal snorted and said, I know this bastard just wants to disgust me. But can't this bastard disgust me before he dies? Why does he have to find me? Now, I have unlimited hope that Zhua Xiaoduo is really confident. Yes, I'm Zhua. Luo Yanling was speechless. If we can go back alive, I'll kill him. He dares to slander me for having an affair with a man. I'll make sure he's in trouble. The old principal was furious. Luo Yanling and Duge Yushu were speechless. This bastard actually forced the old principal, who had been fair all his life, to use his power to avenge private grudges. He even wanted to do that. It wasn't easy. Now, Luo Yanling even had a little bit of hope. On the other side, Jade's Sun High Warrior was practicing the battle formation. On the other side, Yun Piaoliu was completely excited. Mount Puguan, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Zhua Xiaoduo is looking for death. Gather all the capable fighters in White Mountain City as soon as possible. Everyone, go. How can we not take revenge for the destruction of our family and the annihilation of our family? Go, go. Yun Piaoliu encouraged, what's wrong with getting injured? It's just a little injury. Don't tell me you've lost your will to fight. This is a chance to make a contribution. Let me tell all of you. Although you still don't understand what this battle means, I can tell you that as long as we fight this battle well, it won't just be a matter of revenge for all of you. It's about making a great contribution, and your future is limitless. Yun Pialiu's face was red. When this is over, I'll tell you the details. Everyone. Today's battle will determine your future in the Tao League. Yun Pialiu said loudly, I swear to the great Tao of nature that I will never betray you. Following the heavenly oath, the entire White Mountain City was in an uproar. Fight! Fight! Revenge! Kill Zhua Xiaoduo! Kill Jade Sun Gao Wu! Killing one is enough. Killing two is worth it. Kill them. Yun Pialiu's face was flushed red. He laughed out loud and said, Count the candidates. Gentlemen, tomorrow, we will finish this battle in one fell swoop. The head count was out. Including the injured, the number of people who could participate in the battle was 3,142. This was the result of counting all the heads. At this moment, Guan Shanha's wife rushed over. Old Guan, quickly go and take a look. Our dad seems to be in danger. Guan Shanha was shocked. He hurriedly apologized to Yun Pialiu and left in a hurry. After a while, Guan Shanha came back with a bitter expression. He mumbled, Young Master Yun, I know I shouldn't have asked you to do this. But can you? Yun Pialiu heaved a long sigh. Deputy City Governor Guan, I know what you want to say, but can you hold on a little longer? After today's battle, we will return to the Tao League immediately. By then, I will ask for the Golden Core Fate Soul for you. I only need 1 day. Brother Guan, I really don't have it now. Yun Pialiu's face was filled with pain. Guan Shanha's father-in-law was quite powerful. He was at the peak of ethereal returning realm. If he had his full combat strength, he would be of great help in this battle. However, Yun Pialiu could not give him the Golden Core Fate Soul now. There were hundreds of injured people in White Mountain City. If Guan Shanha gave them the Golden Core Fate Soul, the situation would be out of control. Who would give it to and who would not give it to? Wouldn't it cause a huge uproar? Yun Pialiu did not dare to take this risk. The only choice was to give them all away. Not to mention that he had already said that he had used up all the golden cores he had. Guan Shanha's face became more bitter. He stood in a daze for a while and then said, but the place we're staying now. Sigh. I'll dig a cave on the mountain wall over there and let them hide in the deepest part of the cave. Yun Pialiu's eyes lit up. Okay. As long as you don't ask me for the Golden Core Fate Soul, anything is fine. Guan Shanha left in a hurry. The night passed quickly. No matter if it was Jade Sun High Martial Arts or White Mountain City, no one slept at all. Early in the morning, Zhua Xiaoduo got up and took Zhua Xiaonian to Crying Ghost Cliff. This time, someone was not as decisive as his friends bragged. He was unusually careless and only went to investigate the scene now. After seeing the so-called sobbing ghost cliff, Zhua Xiaoduo finally put down his last worry. At the bottom of the sobbing ghost cliff, there was a large piece of flat ground, which was quite suitable for the duel and the final battle. What made Zhua Xiaoduo even more relieved was that the biting cold mountain wind was blowing. Zhua Xiaoduo came from the north, while White Mountain City came from the south. In White Mountain City, the north wind was all year round. It could be said that it was very rare for the wind to reverse direction. The snow has not stopped. If we fight with the opposite side, it is inevitable that the snow will hit them in the face. The opposite side has an innate disadvantage. Zhua Xiaonian analyzed. Well, the north wind is good. It is really good. The heavens are helping me. Sua Xiaoduo turned around with an intoxicated face. He faced the whistling north wind and laughed. I like the north wind the most. The north wind is right now. It proves that the heavens are on my side. The heavens always bless the good. It does not deceive me. Sua Xiaonian snorted. But it is also possible for the opposite side to reverse the wind with the power of a flying cultivator. There is no need for a flying cultivator. A divine reigning cultivator or a mystic returning cultivator can do it. It does not require too much power. Sua Xiaoduo nodded. In order to avoid a situation where the wind is against us, we need to use your Xiaoduo. At this point, he suddenly felt a toothache. He could not help but roll his eyes. Every time this name was mentioned, he had the urge to roll his eyes. Xiaoduo, Xiaoduo, why does this name always remind me of my second brother? Why do you want Xiaoduo to do? What do you plan to do? Sua Xiaonian pretended not to see Sua Xiaoduo's reaction. After all, he had a similar reaction whenever Xiaoduo was mentioned. She had gradually gotten used to it. Let it create a constant north wind. It must ensure that the north wind does not reverse when the battle starts, Sua Xiaoduo requested. Definitely not a problem. Sua Xiaonian agreed without hesitation. If this was any other place, Sua Xiaonian would not have dared to promise so confidently, given the large number of flying cultivators on the other side. But in White Mountain. This was the Ice Spirit's super home ground. If the Ice Spirit displayed its power here, it would be at the level of a dominator. Even if Skysoar Realm experts worked together to resist, they would not be able to suppress the Ice Spirit's control. There was no possibility of a reversal. Sua Xiaoduo stood in the wind and snow. He stretched out his hands and assumed the posture of a ruler. With an indifferent and lofty tone, he said slowly, Nian Mao, today, your husband will show you how strong I am. With a smile, I can turn a strong enemy into ashes. Sua Xiaoduo pretended to be cool. The so-called strong enemy is just blowing away dust. He pressed his palms down slowly and said in a magnetic voice, I can destroy them with a flip of my palm. Sua Xiaonian snorted. Looking at this guy who was addicted to showing off, he couldn't help but want to give him a kick. But thinking about it, in order to show off in front of him, this guy had put in a lot of effort to show off his charm. She could not help but feel a sweetness in her heart. She said softly, yes, little doggy is the best. Sua Xiaoduo immediately broke his facade and said bitterly, don't call me little doggy, okay? You can change it to, my husband is the best, right? Sua Xiaonian blushed and smiled. Okay, my husband is little doggy the best. Sua Xiaoduo's expression became complicated. She called him hubby and then puppy. This feeling was a little strange. Let's go back. Sua Xiaoduo, who had been thinking about this problem for a long time, said decisively. Since he had already seen the terrain, he was naturally more confident. Victory was in his hands. Everything was under his control, but with the arrival of the two, it was equivalent to the beginning. The old principal and Long Yuxing, everyone came to check out the situation. Only Li Chenglong did not come. He pulled Xiang Bing and hid in the tent to sleep. Just as he said, he was particularly relieved. Was there a need to see the scene? There would not even be a chance to make a move. What was there to see? Li Chenglong felt that his role as the strategist was not useful at all. Besides being relieved, he was also a little disappointed. Swollen, are you really not going to see the scene? Xiang Bing was a little worried. See what? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. There's no need to see. But how are you going to arrange the troops later? Arrange what? Why don't you tell everyone about your strategy and tactics? Say what? Li Chenglong. Get up. Where do I get up? Noon came quickly. On this side, all the teaching staff of Jade's Sun High martial arts were as if they were facing a great enemy. All of them had already written their wills and carefully put them away. Then, with a heroic face, they rushed out with a surging spirit. They only felt the blood in their chests rushing, and their bodies were full of murderous intent. Step by step, they walked forward with a heroic demeanor that said, "The wind is blowing in the cold white mountain, and the hero will not return." In this battle, they did not have any thoughts of returning. In this life, at the end of today, they had no regrets. Among them, Li Wanqing walked at the front. His steps were firm, and he was especially spirited. The snowstorm hit him on the back. He raised his head to the sky and roared, full of vigor and vigor. At this point in life, what more can I ask for? Chapter 9:19. Li Wanqing turned his head and opened his arms, letting the snowstorm rush into his embrace. He laughed loudly. "In this life of mine, I originally had a lot of regrets. Who would have thought that I would have no more regrets after witnessing such a grand occasion? The last bit of regret was made up for last night. Awesome! When a man reaches my level, I can die with no regrets." "What regrets did you make up for last night?" someone asked curiously. "I, Li Wanqing, have always wanted to be an official all my life. But I've never been a leader. In the army, I've been scolded by my superiors. And, when I've returned home, I've been scolded as a son of a bitch by the headmaster every day. I didn't dare to refute. I didn't dare to resist. And, I didn't dare to scold back. Until last night, I suddenly realized that I've been too sullen all my life. I'm a man full of vigor." Li Wanqing was impassioned. "And then I went to catch the principal and scolded him." Li Wanqing raised his head and howled. The old principal looked at this guy with a dark expression. This guy knows that he's going to die in this battle, so he's completely let himself go. He's actually using me to fulfill his bullshit wish. May the heavens protect us so that neither of us will die in this battle. Swa, I'm counting on you. Just as the old principal had this thought, he heard someone else chiming in and laughing loudly. Well said, the principal should have been scolded long ago. How dare he meddle in my affairs, that old thing is such a busybody. I haven't even started, and the ideological work is already done. They even want me to write a reflection in the principal's office and do a self-reflection. I was just tempted. I haven't even started to act. Why would I write a reflection? For half a month, I went to the old man's office every day to write my reflection. In the end, I was educated into a good citizen. The other Miao Laosher also felt that this was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. If he didn't vent his anger, he might not have another chance. Following that, he started shouting. The old principal narrowed his eyes. Yes, Miao Gao, I will remember you too. There was one more person in the notebook. Let's walk slowly and see if there are any more. I pray to the heavens that all of them survived. Not to live for a few more years, but to let you bastards see if I, Han Wankue, can pinch the piss out of you. I was your instructor when I was in the army. There's no reason that after so many years, I still can't crush you bunch of bastards. After making all sorts of vows, he sent a voice transmission to Zhuo Duo. Student Zhuo Duo, what are the arrangements for this battle? What are your chances of winning? Zhuo Duo coughed and watched as more and more people emerged from the Jade Sun High Martial Army's ranks. Their faces and necks were red as they vented their dissatisfaction over the years. He couldn't help but sympathize with them. Sigh, I really pity these people. It's a pity that I'm not destined to stay here for long. Otherwise, I would definitely go to Jade Sun High School to observe. At that time, all kinds of big scenes would definitely be exciting, popular, and passed down for a long time. Most importantly, it could make people happy for a long, long time. That it would be one of the biggest regrets of his life to not be able to see such gloating with his own eyes. Now that he heard the old principal's question, Xiao Duo hurriedly replied, "Old principal, please don't worry. Everyone is just going to put on a show. I have a 10,000% chance of winning. You don't have to do anything and the battle will be over. Just line up, show your face, and lure out the other side's main forces. Don't think too much. If you think too much, you'll lose." Really? The old principal's eyes suddenly lit up. The hand that was twirling his beard exerted force and actually pulled out a strand. Really, really? Xiao Duo chuckled, "Old principal, if I were you, I would start thinking about how to rectify the school's spirit when I go back. I'm really not looking for trouble, but the quality of your Jade Sun High School's teachers is really not that high. This kind of school spirit, teacher ethics are really eye-catching. Cough, cough, not that I want to criticize you, but our Hidden Dragon High School's principal is absolutely authoritative. Just walk around the school. Not to mention the ordinary teachers, even the vice principals don't dare to breathe loudly." Xiao Duo secretly added fuel to the fire. Han Wankue's face flushed red all the way to his neck. He was furious. This was too embarrassing. Look at the principal of Hidden Dragon High School, and look at me. Fuck. I've never embarrassed myself in my life, but this time, I've embarrassed myself to death. We're both principals, but is there really such a big difference? Instantly, anger rose from his heart, and hatred grew in his heart. You bunch of bastards, just you wait. Then, a wave of ecstasy rose from his heart. Won't die. Won't die. I don't even need to do anything. Does that mean that everyone can go back safely? At the thought of this, the principal's heart was filled with rage, but at the same time, he was also bursting with joy. He was so happy that he almost cried tears of joy. Bastards! Just you wait. Your good days are coming soon. Hence, the old principal lowered his eyes and walked in the line with a bleak expression. He lowered his head and listened to the last words of the people around him. Then, he memorized the names one by one. Fortunately, there weren't many. There were only 3. These 3. Ha ha ha. I won't say anything else. In my life, I've never abused my power to avenge a personal grudge, but this time. Ha ha ha, I'm going to bend the law for personal gain. What can you do about it? The group was getting closer and closer to Crying Ghost Cliff. Everyone's chatter became softer and softer. From afar, they could already see the black mass of people on the opposite side. At this time, the enemy had already gathered all their forces and were ready for battle. Jade Sun High Marshal and the others stopped in their tracks. At this moment, the 3 teachers came forward. Li Wanqing took the lead and winked at him with a guilty look on his face. Ahem, principal, I just wanted to satisfy my lifelong regret. I really don't have any other intentions. Please don't take it to heart. Actually, today, I really wish that a higher-ranking leader was here so that I could vent like this. I'm about to die. I understand. The old principal rolled his eyes. My rank isn't high enough. I'm sorry. Another teacher said, Principal, please don't take it to heart. I'm just using this rare opportunity to vent. Ha! Old principal, we're all going to the Yellow Springs together. There's no distinction between us. We're just venting, we're not really targeting you. Smile? Wouldn't it be better if we just smile all the way? What's that saying again? Right, smile all the way to the Yellow Springs together. Yes, Principal, smile. Ha! Han Wankue turned his back. Damn it. After scolding me for so long, you actually want me to smile for you. How could you say something like that? You're too talented. Why didn't I realize that you were all so talented? On the opposite side, Pu Guanshan stepped forward. His voice was fierce and majestic. Little dog Sua Xiaoduo. Today, it's a battle of life and death. We're even. Sua Xiaoduo stepped forward. Let's fight. Why are you so loud? Pu Guanshan's lips trembled. Can't you be loud in a battle of life and death? In the pugilistic world, when life and death were decided, which one of them didn't shout with all their might? Howling and shouting. When it comes to you, Sua Xiaoduo, in a battle of life and death, you have to speak softly and gently. Sua Xiaoduo. My White Mountain City lost more than 10,000 lives. It's a blood debt. Let's fight, can you stop talking? Sua Xiaoduo said impatiently, I'm not a patient person, and I don't have time to waste on trash like you. Hurry up. Who's going to fight the first battle? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Pu Guanshan was speechless. This is the first time I've seen such a battle of life and death. This guy is so impatient, as if he's in a hurry to reincarnate. On the other side, Guan Shanhe roared and stepped forward. His voice was like a thunderclap, shattering the snowflakes in the air. Castellan. I, Guan Shanhe, volunteer for the first battle. I have no regrets. Guan Shanhe jumped out. His voice was fierce, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. His aura alone was far stronger than that of the Castellan, Pu Guanshan. Yun Piaoliu looked at Guan Shanhe with admiration and said, Deputy Castellan, be careful. This meant that Guan Shanhe was allowed to fight. The original plan was for Pu Guanshan or a fairy from the Dao League to fight under the name of White Mountain City's consecrator. However, since Guan Shanhe volunteered, they had to give him face. Especially. In the exchange of words with Sua Xiaoduo at Pu Guanshan, it could be said that his side was completely suppressed. Guan Shanhe took the initiative to ask for a battle, and his momentum soared. Just this insight alone was enough to be praised. Yun Piaoliu made up his mind. It would be best if they could win the first battle. Even if they couldn't, he would be happy to take Guan Shanhe under his wing and nurture him. On the other hand, Pu Guanshan's performance was terrible. Don't worry, young master. Guan Shanhe said heroically, I don't know if I will live or die. I hope I can meet young master again. Yun Piaoliu took a deep breath. His expression was solemn, and his emotions were sincere. Brother Guan, I will wait for your triumphant return. With a wave of his hand. Everyone from White Mountain City shouted, we will wait for your triumphant return. We will win this battle. We will win. Guan Shanhe laughed loudly. He shook the purple cloak on his body, and walked towards the center of the field with an aura of no regrets. At this moment, he was really awe-inspiring. He might die this time, but Guan Shanhe was not afraid. His expression was calm, and his aura was as majestic as the mountains and rivers. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. He was full of vigor, and his attitude was upright. Guan Shanhe is really a character. Yun Piaoliu said to Feng Wuhan. Not bad. Feng Wuhan's face was full of praise. Guan Shanhe and Pu Guanshan brushed past each other. Pu Guanshan said in a low voice, Shanhe, be careful. Guan Shanhe ignored him and walked past. His purple robe fluttered. In Pu Guanshan's eyes, his expression was filled with a solemn determination to die. Pu Pu Guanshan sighed and said, "Take care." At this moment, Guanshanhe had already walked to the center of the field. He flipped his palm, and a sharp sword with a cold light appeared in his hand. At this moment, Guanshanhe flicked his sword and roared. Snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind blew. In the eyes of others, Deputy City Master Guan looked like he was indifferent to life and death. With his back facing the crowd, Guanshanhe secretly winked at Suoxiaoduo. He made a flattering expression. Chapter 920. Facing the wind and snow, Guanshanhe said loudly, Guanshanhe, learned martial arts when I was young and became successful when I was middle-aged. I have traveled to Baishan City with my whole family for the sake of brotherhood, friendship, and loyalty. Today, I will fight for Baishan City, and I have no regrets. The arrangements for my family have been made. I, Guanshanhe, am here. May I ask who is the one on the other side? Guanshanhe's voice was majestic and sonorous. In the ears of the people of Baishan City, it was full of solemn and stirring, and the resolution to fight to the death. However, in the eyes of Suoxiaoduo, it had a different meaning. Young Master Zhua, I have prepared everything on my side. My family has been arranged properly, and my own people have come out. Now, what should we do? What's the follow-up? This was the real meaning of Guanshanhe's words. Suoxiaoduo glanced at Suoxiaoyan. Suoxiaoyan silently nodded, and her bright eyes looked up. Her meaning was obvious, the ice soul was ready. Now, we are waiting for you to give the order. Suoxiaoduo laughed loudly, Guanshanhe, although there are many flying cultivators in Baishan City, only you can barely enter my eyes. In this first round, I will personally play with you. As he said this, he jumped out. Immediately, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and his posture was dignified. It was as if he was waiting for Guanshanhe to attack. Following Suoxiaoduo's appearance, the howling of the north wind became fiercer and fiercer, and the wind and snow became more and more violent. Suoxiaoduo stood in the wind and snow with a leisurely attitude. His elegant voice resounded between heaven and earth. His voice was filled with magnetism. Just by listening to his voice, it made people involuntarily have a subtle feeling that he was a young master of the secular world, a handsome young man. My surname is Zhua, my name is Suoxiaoduo. Suoxiaoduo said calmly, after so many days of fierce fighting, everyone should be familiar with me. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. I'm Suoxiaoduo, nicknamed Iron Fist Young Master. As the saying goes, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Naturally, I have some attainments in fist fighting. Everyone from White Mountain City raised their eyebrows. Iron Fist Young Master. You really have the guts to say that. Since you came to our city to cause trouble, have you even used your fists once? Other people's nicknames might not be wrong, but your nickname is definitely wrong. Of course. Suoxiaoduo paced slowly and said, I'm also very regretful that things have come to this point today. After all, this is a battle of life and death. Death is inevitable, and it will only add to the sin of killing. Suoxiaoduo was talking, but he didn't stop walking. His posture was leisurely and confident as he walked with his hands clasped behind his back. Not only did he cross the mountains and rivers, but he also gradually approached the people of White Mountain City. But you may not know that I have another identity. Suoxiaoduo said compassionately, in fact, I'm also a physiognomist. I study the physiognomy of all living beings. I don't dare to say that I'm compassionate, but I have some compassion. Just now, I was startled and found that your side was full of killing intent and dark clouds. I really can't bear to see that. Pu Guanshan said lightly, What? Master Zhua, Do you want to read our physiognomy before the battle of life and death? You want to show us the right way to escape death? Ha ha ha. This is a battle of life and death. Master Zwa. You've helped us escape death, so your death is coming. Don't blame me for not warning you. Zwa Xiao Duo almost wanted to clap and cheer in his heart. Pu Guanshan's cooperation was excellent, and he praised him well. I didn't expect this guy to be so eloquent. I admire him. Therefore, Zwa Xiao Duo said seriously and reservedly, I really can't bear to see you like this. I want to say a few more words. Just treat it as a warm-up before the battle of life and death. It's fate that brought us together. If I don't say a few words, it won't make sense. Pu Guanshan had never thought that Zwa Xiao Duo would actually take advantage of his joke to take advantage of the situation. I don't believe you can read physiognomy at all. Can't you even hear the sarcasm? Zwa Xiao Duo laughed out loud and said, since I've already said so much, it can be said that I've made my point. To put it bluntly, whether we are enemies or friends, since this is a life and death battle, why don't we play a harmless game before the battle? He laughed and said, Guan Shanhe, what do you think? My suggestion has delayed your death by quite a bit. How are you going to thank me? Guan Shanhe laughed and said, I think you're the one who's going to die later. Zwa Xiao Duo laughed wildly, victory or defeat, life or death, it's all up to the heavens. Then we'll both die later. Let me read the physiognomy of my enemies first. With just a few words, even Pu Guanshan was dumbfounded. How did this turn of events happen? How did it suddenly come to a decision? A decision. How did it come to a decision? Fuck. This turn of events is making me anxious that he had only heard about the so-called godly turn of events. But today he had seen it for himself. This was definitely a godly turn of events. On the other side, Yun Piaoliu was also interested. He suddenly remembered that Zwa Xiaoduo's information did mention that he was a physiognomy master. The profession of physiognomy master was extremely rare in the 3 continents. There was no real physiognomy master at all. There were only qi scholars, qi divination masters, and feng shui masters. Physiognomy master was an ancient profession that only existed in legends. But Zwa Xiaoduo was a real physiognomy master. He had a good reputation and had many classic cases. Yes, the fact that Zwa Xiaoduo had the physiognomy divine ability was no longer a secret in the eyes of the upper echelons of the 3 continents. However, it wasn't a rare technique to be able to peek into a person's fortune or misfortune. For example, the Great Flood Shaman and the Star Soul Great General Dongfang both had similar abilities. Yun Piaoliu and the other 3 were naturally familiar with the information of the people who were listed on the human favor token. With regards to Zwa Xiaoduo's tricks, he had long heard of them. At this moment of life and death, he unexpectedly came into contact with them. He couldn't help but feel a little interested. Since victory was in his hands, there was no need to rush to make a move. Maybe they could even get some extra rewards from Zwa Xiaoduo. Yun Piaoliu was the first to speak. Brother Zwa, I don't know what's the point of your physiognomy. What can you tell? What's more, how long would it take for you to look at all of them one by one? Brother Zwa, today is the day of the final battle. Do you want to fight another day? Zwa Xiaoduo laughed and said, my manifestation technique has already reached the peak of perfection. I can see anything as I wish, I can see anything. And I don't need to spend too much time on it. I can see everything very soon. It won't delay today's battle. Yun Piaoliu laughed and said, that's great. Brother Zwa, why don't you take a look at my face first? How's my fortune? Zwa Xiaoduo chuckled and said, my fortune-telling is probably just a game in everyone's eyes, but to me, it is a serious matter. Everyone here is a profound cultivator, so you should know one thing, and that is that the heavens will exist in the unseen world. In the unseen world, the heavens will exist forever. Yun Pialia nodded and said, maybe ordinary people don't know that there is God's will in the dark, so they just swear and make their wishes. But cultivators like us know that there are too many mysteries and too many unimaginable things in the world. The way of heaven has its proof. It is never a lie. Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed, since you can understand it this way, then it's easy. Because fortune-telling is also costly. Especially since today is a battle of life and death, there will be a large number of casualties. It will be difficult to escape this calamity. Therefore, I have decided to let everyone take a look at the past life and present life before the battle. I hope that everyone can give a certain degree of reciprocation so that this will not be a waste of my kind intentions. Zhuo Xiaoduo cupped his fists and bowed to the crowd. He then said loudly, today, be it enemies or friends, we will fight to the death. If I die in your hands, I will have no regrets. But if you die in my hands, I hope you can walk the path of the Yellow Springs without any worries. People's lives are predestined by heaven. Today, heaven wants you and me to end each other's lives. This is fate. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and said straightforwardly, so, as a physiognomy master, I can communicate with yin and yang to see the power of 3 lives. I will take a look at your past and present lives. This is the fate of our battle to the death. Hearing that, many people in Baishan City started to think. A few people nodded lightly. Yes, when it came to a battle to the death, there was no need to talk about hatred. It was nothing more than a fight to the death. After today, you won't see me, and I won't see you. That's all. This was Xiaoduo, although cruel and merciless, had a heart of steel, and looked like a bye-bye with bad intentions. He was really an open-minded person. You really can't judge a book by its cover. At the back. Many teachers in Jade Sun High Martial Arts Academy were stunned. Duge Yushu felt his face twisting. He turned to look at the old principal and saw that the old principal seemed to have understood something or felt that it made sense. But more than that, he was in a state of confusion like him. Since when can a battle to the death be considered fate? Teacher Li Wanqing touched his head and muttered to himself. He felt that his head was as muddled as tofu. Slap. He was slapped on the back of his head. The old principal's face was serious. Stop whispering in each other's ears during a battle. Can you be more serious? How dare you call yourself a teacher with this kind of character? Teacher Li was dumbfounded. If you didn't say the first few words, would have thought that this was a politics exam. Li Chenglong squatted on the ground and drew circles. Ever since he met Zhuo Xiaoduo until now, Li Chenglong boasted that his understanding of Zhuo was deep to the bone. But there was one thing that he really couldn't understand. Why was it that every time before a battle of life and death, he had to think of a way to read the facial features of every enemy he wanted to kill? You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.